Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9. Good night.
Good night, Malaysian 370.
Breaking news tonight, a Malaysia Airlines flight with 239 people on board, including 4 Americans, has gone missing.
Scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
Welcome, everybody, to the live stream. Guys, thank you for being here. We have a huge live stream tonight where we are going to watch a podcast called Beyond Conventional Physics, Extended Electrodynamics, Lattice Confinement Fusion, Zero-Point Energy, and Advanced Propulsion. Before we do that, guys, as somebody just pointed out in the chat, Ryan Graves was on with Joe Rogan today and literally discussed cold fusion. If you don't believe that we are the tip of the spear right now, then I want you to pay attention to the fact that you can watch my live streams going back 1 year and see that I've been talking about this stuff being real longer than any of these UFO disclosure people have been saying it. We are basically setting the narratives, and people are being forced along with us. If you had asked people a year ago about cold fusion, everybody would have been saying that cold fusion's fake. It got debunked in 1989, 35 years ago. Now you've got random Graves randomly talking about. Let's listen to the clip right now before we dig into this. Why? Because the podcast today includes Department of Energy personnel, NASA personnel, and multiple Black Project engineers, and they also talk about cold fusion as well.
There were several members of from China there, and they very specifically were asking for collaboration in some of these very deep technologies. So, we talked about how, gravity manipulation, right? Mm-hmm. Kind of went dark for a while. Well, they call it something slightly different now, and it's something that China and others are actively researching. They call it extended electrodynamics. Same thing with cold.
What is the difference between saying gravity and extended electrodynamics?
Yeah, so extended electrodynamics. Electrodynamics essentially is a series of equations that we utilize to understand the electromagnetic spectrum. But there's like a large portion of those equations that we kind of just throw out because we don't utilize them in our normal engineering and scientific work. And so they're part of the equation, but we really don't know how to use them yet. And people are starting to think that by integrating the full understanding of electrodynamics through extended electrodynamics, that there are gravitational effects that pop out that we can utilize for technology.
Whoa.
And they're actively researching that and actively asking for collaboration on that from China. Same thing with cold fusion.
There's that lady that took off. That's what she was working on.
Yeah. Cold fusion. Right?
Yeah.
Another 50, 60 topic that was ridiculed and went away. Well, it's also now the talk of certain fusion communities. Instead, they call it low-energy nuclear reactions, right? Instead of having a large fission or fusion reaction where a lot of heat and radiation comes out, you can do it slowly and incrementally. And it releases a lot of energy, but it doesn't have accompanying radiation or super high levels of like random heat that comes out. And that's now something that very serious scientists within the fusion community are studying. Whoa. And another technology that the China representative at that conference was asking for collaboration on. So are we investing in this? Is this work that we're doing in a dark lab? Because the open source community doesn't have the resources to be able to invest in this.
Well, let me ask you this. So if you were the government, let's just say they, if you were them, and you wanted to work on some very, very advanced, if you had some knowledge that this stuff was possible, but you couldn't put it in the private sector because then it would get pilfered, it would get, you'd get infiltrated by Chinese spies, which happens all the time, right? Wouldn't you hide it away? Wouldn't you squirrel it away somewhere? Like if you're doing the right thing, if you're being intelligent about it, wouldn't you, if I wouldn't, it essentially can't be public because it is in the interest of national security because it's such a big deal. Like if they develop a propulsion system that is completely reliant on gravity and they figure out like they're bending time, just flying places instantaneously. If that's the future of space travel, like whoever gets there first, that's a big fucking deal. That's a really big deal. And that can't be out there in the public where China could steal the data or Russia could steal the data or Iran could steal the, you can't have anybody get a hold of this.
Wow. That clip is incredible. Extended electrodynamics. I didn't realize that EED, extended electrodynamics, was synonymous with gravity manipulation. What they're talking about is Maxwell's equations. They're talking about the scalar potential there. They're pointing out that we are not using all the equations because of Maxwell's reduced equations being reduced by Oliver Heaviside. Says it right there. Guys, let me reread the name of the podcast we're going to watch today, okay? Here's the name of the podcast that we're about to watch. Beyond Conventional Physics, Extended Electrodynamics, Lattice Confinement Fusion. Lattice Confinement Fusion is cold fusion. That is cold fusion, also known as LENR, low energy nuclear reactions. Ryan Graves just said that the government has been taking low energy nuclear reactions, otherwise known as cold fusion, very seriously. What have I been saying for the last 9 months? I've been saying that we covered up cold fusion in 1989. Guys, if you are new to this, listen to what I'm about to tell you right now. We watched several documentaries about cold fusion, and one of the biggest takeaways that you're going to hear me say on the Redacted podcast when it drops, the DOE created a tribunal. There were 60 recreations of cold fusion experiments. 60. The Department of Energy's response, they made a tribunal and they visited the sites and they debunked them. They came up with explanations for why their results weren't valid, and they forced them to retract all their papers. All the prominent universities, they forced them to retract their papers. And cold fusion died in the 90s after that because of that. It all happened within several months. And it's crazy that people don't look at it and go, obviously, they suppressed cold fusion from the world. They made fun of it. They suppressed it. They claimed that it was breaking the laws of physics. And they forced all the key academics to retract their papers. Eugene Malov from MIT literally blew the whistle and said that MIT fudged the numbers to make it look like it was not successful, and he resigned from MIT in protest. Julian Schwinger couldn't get his papers. Was it Julian Schwinger? I think it was Julian Schwinger. Couldn't get his cold fusion papers published in academia. This is how they suppressed this science from us. And then at the end of that clip, Joe Rogan explains the whole UFO phenomenon. What is it with the secrecy? It's the technology that is the secret. It's not aliens. It was never about aliens. It was always about cold fusion, which represents unlimited green energy for the world, and gravity manipulation, because we can't allow our adversaries to get this technology. We decided that we can't allow our adversaries, which means we can't allow our public to have it either. Because if we gave this technology to the public, our adversaries would automatically get it as well. And of course, there are other reasons, including greed and power, doomsday capabilities that can come with this technology that also need to be incorporated. But the main one is this idea of national security. You can perform so many evil acts in the name of national security. And that's what we've been doing. That's what we did with MH370. And the MH370 videos, I posted them again because once again, I'm going to say this again, guys. There is no UFO disclosure ever in this world until the MH370 videos are admitted to be real. I'm going to battle everyone that tries to push any bullshit narrative out there until these videos are admitted to be real. This is UFO disclosure right there in that video. This shows cold fusion exists. We're looking at it in these balls of plasma. This shows that we can actually achieve energy densities that can break the Schwinger limit and rip right through the fabric of reality. This is what they're hiding from the world. They don't want the world to know the evil shit that we've done to keep this technology secret over the many decades. This was probably just one horrible thing that we did. In 2014, we disappeared an airliner. We teleported it, annihilated it, whatever horrible thing we did to these passengers, we did that to it. And if this information were to come out, is the public going to accept that we did this for the greater good? The people that were responsible for this act that you're seeing in this video are terrified that somebody else is going to come out and find out about it within the government, in the intelligence communities, and they're going to expose it because from their perspective, it won't be justified. And I will say this one more time as well. Actually, I'll say a couple things here is that first, I'm going to advocate for the death penalty for the people that did this and the people that have been hiding this physics from the public. I'm going to advocate for the death penalty to be executed, possibly publicly, so that we never have another situation for the rest of human existence in which we have governments hiding physics from the world. It's a crime against humanity. I also want to say that when this science is proven true, all the stuff that I've been yelling about, extended electrodynamics, gravity manipulation, cold fusion, teleportation, and wormholes, when this stuff is proven true, I'm not going to listen to any excuses. And I already see them forming. I can already tell they're looking for a narrative where they say, yeah, turns out Ashton was right about the suppression of cold fusion. Turns out Ashton was right that we can actually produce a wormhole and warp drives, but that doesn't mean those videos are real. Yes, it does. There is no disclosure on this earth until those videos are admitted to be real. Okay. Thank you very much, Brady, Lenr, Leonard, Chicken Dinner. Thank you very much, Chris. Mellon is a knob. Let's effing go. Ashton was right. Yeah, guys. Okay, so let's listen to this podcast, guys. There's a long podcast. We're gonna have to skip through a little of it, but I've got detailed notes, and I know this is what you guys came here for. Let's get right into it, because you guys know how I am about talking over the podcast. How do I make this stuff go away? I don't ever use Apple, whatever this is. Oh, this is Spotify. That's why. Okay, here we go.
And nations navigate ecosystemic transformation. As our world is increasingly digital and interconnected, ecosystemic models are reshaping society, industry. Bickhausen, CEO of Schuss, and extended electrodynamics, including energy, propulsion, communication, and bio. And we're joined here today by some of the world's leading experts in these domains. First and foremost, I'd love to hand it over to my co-host, Anna Brady Estevez. Anna, would you mind introducing yourself?
Okay.
Hey, everybody. I'm Anna Brady Estevez, and I'm active in funding innovators. And that's something that I've done in the private sector, also at the National Science Foundation.
So this woman, Anna, is like in the National Science Foundation. I'm going to skip through some of these what the guests are. Instead, we'll just go look at the names here for you guys. I don't need to hear all the intros. We got 2.5 hours to get through here. Hal Puthoff is in this interview. Larry Forsley. Larry Forsley works with Hal Puthoff, I believe, on his gravity communication device. Philip Lentz from Unspace. Richard Bandrick, I don't know these guys. Ankur Bhatt. Luis DeChario. This guy's name seems really familiar. Chance Glenn. MK Merrigan. Rima Ouid. And then the hosts, Anna Brady Estevez, National Science Foundation, Hal Puthoff, Earth Tech, Larry Forsley, and then Dylan Finkelhaus. Okay? So, Get ready. Here we go.
And skip
ahead to like
the
4 minutes.
of across many
propulsion, communications.
not the leader in the field in some of these areas.
I'm Hal Puthoff. I'm CEO of EarthTech International. We pursue advanced ideas and laboratory developments in energy, propulsion, communications, primarily targeted towards spaceflight applications. So it ranges all the way from quantum systems for communication to evaluating potential general relativity models for advanced propulsion for P phenomena in collaboration with a number of government institutes.
Sal, it's great to see you today. And so just want to note that in this field of extended waves, how to utilize it.
Currently employed by the Naval Surface Warfare Center at Indian Head as one of the staff scientists. And we've been doing.
So we got major people on here. We got Navy people on here as well. We've got like, there's somebody who works with the DOE on here. Larry Forsley's with NASA as well. We found Larry Forsley's paper. If you go look at my tweets from last night, Larry Forsley literally has a paper out there that says they've produced cold fusion using lattice confinement. He's going to be talking about it here. I'm going to skip ahead till about 6 minutes, I think.
According to some of our Russian theorists, it may establish a link between electrodynamics, spin fields, and gravity, offering some very interesting possibilities. So we'd like very much to have an opportunity to get into those and perhaps use them to describe quantitatively how some advanced propulsion systems could operate. Over.
Sure. And each of you is really active in the technologies. Electrodynamics will come to those early
dense media, water, things that we can't propagate radio waves through. And out of another set of meetings that have been held, including Lou DiCero and Lee Hively, mostly addressing how do we go about communicating through dense media, water, things that we can't propagate radio waves through. And we wrestled with this. We wrestled with various people who were trying to develop antennas and to both transmit and receive. As we got deeper into this, we found out that a number of pieces of what we thought were well-known electromagnetic equations, maybe we're missing some pieces. And some of those pieces had been noticed as early as the 1920s, but they came to the fore in the mid-50s and then proven in the 1970s. The idea that everything is a field. What we were beginning to wrestle with, which Hal has done a great deal of work in, is instead of the fields, an electromagnetic field like light, you have what's called a potential. And there is no field. So this is where we are now in the EED section. The second part that Lou addressed is the possibility that electromagnetics and extended electromagnetics extends into general relativity. Russian colleagues that Lou has been looking at in depth have purportedly used this to move objects at distances. And this all kind of comes together when you look at what is it that drives UAPs, both in terms of condensed, very compact energy sources, and what provides them with the mechanism by which they can move around.
So what did he just say there? He basically said Maxwell's equations are missing something. The subtext of what they didn't say, yes, he almost said ether, right? He almost said ether. Now, what I want to point out here for you guys right off the bat is that a lot of the time in this interview, you're going to hear them skirting around the idea of the ether. You're going to hear them skirting around these concepts that are not accepted in academia. This is intentional. These guys are trained. They have NDAs. They know what words to say and what not to say. People do not give the engineers enough credit. These people know exactly how academia perceives certain concepts. And they skirt around them, and they'll use terms that will be more appealing. Like extended electrodynamics is just in this case, the acceptable rebranding of gravity manipulation. Because when you say gravity manipulation, people will check out immediately. And he's talking about scalar physics right there as well. This idea of these potentials. The potential in the 0 point energy is the waves that this energy is making, the gravity waves. The more or less density that you have, it creates a gradient, a pressure. We call it gravity.
I think Hal was what it pointed out in a question and answer earlier on another podcast. It's not that the science that they may be employing goes beyond ours. It just goes beyond our current engineering. So a number of us on this podcast are, if you will, working on that engineering.
So as I'm looking,
the science is not unknowable. The physics is knowable. The problem is the engineering of it, guys. This is the biggest narrative against it being aliens. The issue is an engineering issue. But what if there's a way where we can get around the engineering issue and we call it plasma?
listening to Larry talk about the energy implications here, also the UAP implications. I mean, I think this is really something that the level of interest right now in advanced technologies, certainly with space technology, appears to be, from my perspective, having worked in this the last 15, 20 years, appears like it's at an all-time high. And then the level of information that's flowing, fields of technology like UAP, which historically was not as openly discussed, say 15 or 20 years ago, there's really an acceleration in terms of more being shared, more that's public, more that leaders have brought up, and certainly ongoing discussions with Congress, investors.
We're going to skip ahead a little bit.
We've developed more detailed and very sophisticated sensors. So now our ships and our planes have unbelievable sensors. And so these sensors are recording observations of what we call unidentified aerial phenomena. And so it can no longer be kind of set aside because pilots, for example, who have near misses, have to report these phenomena. And because of the increased sensor capability, we have extremely excellent visuals, infrared, electromagnetic, radar signatures, and so on. So this jump up in technology over the decades has gotten to the point where finally you can't dismiss the UAP area.
So Hal Puthoff right there just blows the lid off of it. It says our sensor capability is amazing. We can see these things. MH370 videos, anybody? Infrared, thermal. Our sensor capability can detect these things now very well. Quick shout out. Thank you very much for this donation, Rippy. Oh, I've already seen the Mark Andreessen clip. I've posted it several times. Yes, physics was hijacked in the Cold War, potentially with World War II even, going all the way that far back, and we suppressed all this technology. It seems like I just posted a clip as well where the Biden administration potentially has a policy to downplay the whole UFO phenomenon. This is all because of what they were talking about a second ago, the energy source. It's all about the energy source. That's why the DOD is involved in this. It's always been about 0-point energy. The whole UFO phenomenon has always been about how is this thing floating in the sky? It needs an extremely compact, dense energy source. Well, we know what that is. It's plasma. Plasma is the energy source.
And so that's why it's come more into focus. And as it's come into focus, there have been a couple of congressional investigations where they brought in pilots and so on to say what is it they're observing. So the tinfoil hat crowd kind of approach to this has faded away because now you have real people who are interested. And then based on that, you've had major legislation proposed in Congress to get to the bottom and to reveal them to the public. So that whole subject area has taken a giant step forward. Now back on the electromagnetic aspects, if you make a Venn diagram, let's say a large circle, and in there you put vector and scalar potentials, a smaller circle in there has electric and magnetic fields associated with it. But that means there's a large part of electromagnetism where you can have vector and scalar potentials that don't have any electromagnetic aspect to them. So if that's the case, well, how can you detect that? Well, it turns out that when you drop from the classical level down to the quantum level, quantum wave functions, of course, have their phases, and that's how they interact. Well, it turns out that potentials affect the phases of quantum wave functions, even in the absence of fields. So if you're willing to drop down a level and get into quantum detection, where you are measuring the phase of quantum waves, then you have a possibility of detecting vector and scalar potentials, even if there are no EM fields associated with them. And so, in fact, we have a large program going with a defense contractor, several $1 million worth of investment, and a couple of years down the road here, where quantum detectors for this kind of extended electrodynamic concept are being pursued.
Okay, what the F, guys? Hal Puthoff just openly said basically that the potentials in the absence of electromagnetic fields, where conventional physics would say there's nothing there, he's saying these potentials will change the phase. They change the phase of a wave so that we can detect it, because we can detect the phase state change. This is what we're seeing with the Lamb shift. The Lamb shift shows phase change. I believe it's Lamb shift, or is it Aharonov-Bohm effect? I may be getting them mixed up. Maybe both of them. Aharonov-Bohm effect actually is the one that even in the absence of electromagnetic fields, the potentials can change the phase. This shows, in my opinion, it proves that the ether is real. There is a medium out there, and that even if there's no electromagnetic fields, there's still something there. And he just basically said, we're creating detectors. What did he explain then? What is a scalar potential? A scalar potential is a gravity wave. A scalar potential is a gravity wave. So what kind of detectors are they building? He said they have a multi-million-dollar contract with a defense contractor. They're building gravity detection mechanisms. Again, read between the lines. They're not going to say the word gravity. They say scalar. They say potentials. But we know enough physics now to know what he really means. He means the defense contractors are building gravity wave detectors.
And so just the whole new area.
Thank you for sharing, Hal. And I see, as you're talking about quantum and quantum sensing, I'm seeing our colleague. I just want to say that this group, this extended electrodynamics group, and people who have been exploring this advanced physics, this quantum and the ties between anomalous phenomena and UAPs, has included also tremendous colleagues across the government. And many of them weren't able to join today. It was a very short notice. But I see Rima here who's very active in the quantum side. Rima, would you like to share anything with regards to your interest in these areas?
Sure. Thanks for hosting and for allowing me to be a part of this. My name is Rima Kashawe, and I'm with the U.S. Department of Energy. I'm the senior commercialization executive working on trying to commercialize quantum technologies. And
this person's a Department of Energy executive working on commercializing quantum technologies. I'm going to go full screen for a second, guys. Do you realize that quantum technologies is just a fancy word for gravity? That's basically what they're saying here. Quantum technologies. What the hell does quantum technologies mean? What does that even mean? Like, you guys realize they're speaking in code words, and they can do so openly because no one knows what the fuck they're talking about. You guys know because we've been literally researching this science for a year straight. They just use quantum as a code word. It's crazy. And they get away with it because no one understands it.
Also helping to build a space economy. And I think this is an area that we need to be tracking. We are looking at trying to develop quantum sensing technologies to protect our critical infrastructure. And we're also interested in
quantum sensing. These people just use the word quantum like it means something other than small.
secure quantum communications and also supporting the development of quantum computing. So anything that reveals new information in terms of how we should understand quantum mechanics is important and relevant to our understanding of how to apply these technologies for day-to-day purposes and for protecting our society and the critical infrastructure that we need every day, and the ability to be able to harness energy in an efficient and secure way. So this is an area that I think we need to pay attention to and continue monitoring. We're also realizing that sometimes we have to go back to the fundamentals. And we
guys, I'm losing my mind here because like this is like I'm actually like my mind is actually melting listening to this DOE person just openly talking about looking for new energy sources. This whole thing is about 0-point energy. They've already been talking about the ether and gravity waves. And this woman just comes on and is like, we're looking for these new energy sources. Guys, they're talking about extracting 0-point energy. That's a Department of Energy executive on this call right here. This interview is mind-blowing to me. I can't believe they're brave enough to speak about this so openly and just assume that no one's going to get it.
Realize that sometimes through the applied work that we're doing. And so the fundamental science, the basic science, and the applied science need to work hand in hand and create a feedback loop. And I think a group like this allows us to do that kind of thing. You've got the right today, and so we need to be paying attention.
Interests in advanced energy, right? So Larry's active on the fusion side. I mean, I've been very active with both the space and energy portfolios where I've worked. But so I think this piece, and I wanted to give Hal the opportunity to just now to have brought forth that UAP piece, because I think for people who have been staying in a specific field of energy or communications, they're not always aware of all the changes in terms of what's been released recently with the acknowledgement in Congress of whether it's data programs with UAPs or with crash retrievals and things like that. So it's a very different state on the pilots. You've been seeing these things with advanced energy characteristics multiple times a day. So it's a very different period of time than it was certainly 5, 10, 15 years ago. So if we think about what was being openly discussed 15 years ago, small fraction of what's out there today, but there's still calls that scientists could opt into the conversation.
Okay, one more thing I want to mention to you guys real quick, okay? So somebody on this planet has breakaway level technology that is fundamentally already past the singularity. They've got free energy. They've got gravity manipulation. They can probably do a lot of other stuff that is just straight up magical to us. Someone on this planet has this technology today, operable. The people that we're listening to here are probably in the know about that, and they are very good liars. They know what to push out there to drip out the information that doesn't break their NDAs. Now, my opinion is that the answer that makes the most sense isn't actually necessarily the military, although I think they do have access to it. The defense contractors, the private military contractors make the most sense. Why? They're much more efficient than the public, and they're the ones who all these engineers are working for. Even the cases like Larry Forsley, who's working with NASA, he goes and works for defense contractors as well. And there may also be extremely wealthy people that are in the know that have been funding this, because what it always comes back down to is funding, getting funding for your research. At the end of the day, I don't know 100% who has it. I just know somebody on this planet already has it. It would make sense that the Department of Energy is in the know. They're the ones who are gatekeeping the whole UFO phenomenon. I don't believe for a single second that it's about aliens. Not at all. Guys, if aliens were the reason that we are covering up the UFO thing, if there were aliens visiting us and the United States military didn't know how to deal with it, the very first thing they would do is tell the world about it. Why? Because if aliens were a threat and they were going to pull some Independence Day, then you need all of your brain power of your entire country to come together to try to figure it out. The military is doing the opposite. The government is doing the opposite of that. What they're doing instead is they're hiding the whole situation. They don't want any input from anybody. The only situation in which you would hide aliens and you would hide the situation from the public is if you know the nature of it and you're trying to weaponize it. That's why you hide it from the public. If you don't know and you're afraid of the alien threat, you let everyone know so the world can come together to try to find an answer. So the narrative of the aliens being what we're covering up related to UFOs makes no sense whatsoever based on the actions of the United States government. Let's get back into this.
I know that we are going to be getting into, we have a number of entrepreneurs on the call who are working towards advanced propulsion, advanced transport. advanced communication. Larry, could you share what you were initially seeing from the fusion side, or some of the ways that you got invited various meetings to look at a few of these topics in parallel or interlinked?
Sure.
Okay, I want to address something else too here, because this is another argument. And so people, you realize announcing aliens exist could cause collapse? Absolutely not. There is 0% chance announcing aliens exist does anything to our society whatsoever. This is literally fan fiction by UFO community people. The UFO community literally believes that telling aliens exist is going to force all their family who thinks that they're crazy to validate their experiences. It's not. Go talk to a normal person on the street and ask them how aliens would impact them. And you're going to find out they wouldn't give a shit about it. I think it's crazy that people have this fantasy in their head that you're going to tell people about aliens and everyone's going to freak out. No reason to go to work tomorrow. Aliens exist. That is never going to happen on this planet ever. That's not how any of this works.
Sure. When I became aware through Lutachero of the equations behind extended electrodynamics, I had him under our NASA contract look into extending what's a standard piece of modeling code from molecular dynamics, which is a density functional theory code, to incorporate and see whether or not modified Maxwell's equations would change the probability that you might be able to do fusion within a solid lattice. And lattice confinement fusion is what I've been working on literally for about 35 years now. What we were surprised to find is it does make a difference under certain conditions. And these conditions may actually appear in conventional hot fusion tokamaks. So we're trying to work all of that out too. So there's a convergence of understanding, experimentation, and modeling.
That's helpful. And just not everybody listening is familiar with lattice confinement fusion. So can you give us kind of a few bullet points on what's different and what's expected to be advantageous?
Sure. Much as Hal was mentioning, that the whole business of a propagating potential is a quantum mechanical effect. What we also rely upon in a metal lattice, typically of, say, titanium or erbium, is we load it with hydrogen isotopes. So instead of just regular hydrogen, we put in there a deuteron, which is a heavy hydrogen. It's got a proton and a neutron. And under normal conditions, if you want to make these fuse, you've got to get them to temperatures on the order of, say, 50 million degrees. What we find is, because of quantum mechanical conditions within the lattice, you have an effect called electron screening. And it turns out that you are also confining these, so they end up effectively being at a temperature very close to 30 to 50 million degrees. So you have a metal lattice you can hold in your hand, which, when parts of it undergo fusion, you have temperatures that far exceed even 50 million degrees. That heat then dissipates. So then the problem is not to get it started. Then the problem is, how do you control it so it doesn't fall apart?
So Larry right there is describing cold fusion. He's describing cold fusion. What he's saying is we don't need to achieve temperatures. What he's saying is that these extended electrodynamic Maxwell equations actually show that if we take this heavy hydrogen, deuterium, we can actually cause cold fusion to occur at lower temperatures than what we would normally get, because it's being confined within the lattice structure. When you think of lattice structure, if you guys don't know what that means, that's like the crystalline structure of the molecules. The crystal structure of the molecules, he's saying, causes these electrons or particles, or maybe ions or neutrons, whatever it is that's fusing, to naturally come together without having to increase the temperature. That's huge. Now, the other side of it is this. I am almost 100% sure that Larry Forsley right here knows that plasma is a much better way to pull this off. The experiment that he's describing here is extremely similar to Pons and Fleischmann in 1989. They took palladium rods and they put it in heavy water, and they saw excess temperatures and they saw fusion happening. That's pretty much exactly what Larry Forsley just described. So the key here is 1989 fusion, the cold fusion that got debunked or whatever, Larry Forsley's like literally recreating the same thing with NASA at NASA Glenn. That's what you just heard right there. He even just said hot fusion is probably a scam. Not in those exact words, but that's what the subtext was.
And basically enabling smaller fusion, which is important for a wide range of applications, including in space, and potentially much cheaper fusion production. Is that fair to say?
Very fair, because I come out of the hot fusion community using lasers here in the States, magnetic mirrors at Livermore, Tokamaks in Germany, and every one of these is from the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor in France, is now well over $25 billion and is the size of a 6-story building. Cannot be commercialized, and it certainly will not go into space. The current project I'm on through the NASA Innovative Advanced Concepts is to use this as an alternative power supply to melt through 25 miles of ice on icy worlds like the Jovian world Europa and the Saturnian world Enceladus. And it turns out there may be far more of these icy worlds in our solar system and other solar systems than just plain bare rock.
Thank you for sharing. That's some very exciting work, Larry. And I realize, again, talking with some of the most technically in-depth experts in the world, it's easy for us to go really deep into the science. But before kind of diving into the science, I think stepping back and saying, okay, we're talking about insights into a field of physics that has not been readily or broadly understood and acknowledged, right? And the ability to build things in ways that we haven't seen as much of a public exploration of those fields of development. So as we've had these conversations in the EED group that's in this quantum energy, advanced physics, anomalous phenomena type areas, so many things have come up in terms of areas of faster, better, cheaper capability that doesn't exist or isn't understood to exist or perhaps is observed but not readily harnessed. So the communications have come up, energy storage, propulsion, biology, biosignaling, advanced materials. Hal, I know you've provided us in other meetings a tremendous list of the types of technologies that you've worked with. But if you were to share, if somebody's listening and saying, why do I care about EED or quantum or anomalous phenomena?
Well, I can't communicate to submarines with ordinary electromagnetic means. If spaceships are out there and they're surrounded by plasma, I can't communicate to them with ordinary EM because
Bro, what? Hal Puthoff just goes, if there's spaceships out there and they're surrounded by plasma, I can't communicate with them through a normal electromagnetic. Literally just said plasma. Are you kidding me? Salvatore Pais's patent, inertial mass reduction for a transmedium craft, is quite literally a triangle surrounded by plasma. What? Holy shit. There's our first Yahtzee moment of the night, guys. Do people not realize it's all about plasma? It's always been about plasma. It's always been about cold fusion. Now all the suppression makes sense. There's a direct connection between the suppression of Pons and Fleischmann in 1989 and the UFO topic. That is the energy source. When Larry Forsley's talking about, we're going to confine our fusion reaction in the lattice, blah, blah, blah. Fuck all that. I'll tell you where to confine your fusion reaction: in a ball of plasma that manipulates gravity, that produces a natural sucking effect into the middle of it. That's the perfect fusion reaction. Doesn't use temperature. It's amazing.
Magnetic fields induce responses in water or in plasma that prevent a signal that you're trying to send to get through. So I start with that as a question, say, well, how can I fix that? And so,
bro, why would he be bringing up plasma right here? Like, there's no other reason. He's just like, oh, plasma. Like, well, why do we care about that? Why is plasma the secret? You know, you look at it, you go, oh, okay, yeah, now I get it. We got plasma orbs. Plasma is the means of propulsion that we're producing. I'm almost like, I'm 100% sure, honestly. I was going to say 99.9, but like, that's what the government's hiding. The government doesn't mind that Larry Forsley is talking about lattice confinement fusion because they know that the real secret sauce that they don't want their adversaries to know about is coherent plasma, self-organizing plasma that produces the same properties, just magnitudes higher. Magnitudes higher.
When we get into our EED, our extended electrodynamics, we say, okay, well, why is it we can't get through those barriers? Well, it's because an ordinary electromagnetic signal, when it reaches a barrier like that, it induces responses with currents and charge distributions that basically prevent you from getting through the barrier. So you say, okay, well, how can I get around that? Well, if I didn't have any electromagnetic component to my signaling system, then I wouldn't induce these responses that prevent me from doing what I want to do. Well, is there a way of doing that within electromagnetics? So that's when we look into extended electrodynamics, which includes looking at dropping a level deeper and looking at the vector and scalar potentials, which, in addition to being ordinarily useful in electromagnetism, it also has additional aspects to interact with quantum systems. And so you could strip out electromagnetic waves, and then you have just pure potentials. Potentials can get through plasmas, or they can get through conductive seawater. So that's a nice route to go by. You take a look at what the problem is. What do you have to do to fix it? Can we fix it with any technologies we have available today if we push them in a new direction? And so the EED is like an example of that.
Thank you. Okay, guys, drink every time you hear the words quantum, plasma, or scalar. Quantum, plasma, or scalar. We're going to get faded tonight, guys. You drink, smoke, whatever your, partake of choice is. Quantum, scalar, or plasma.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And it kind of brings us back to why we need to really thoroughly do the research, and have also the funding to do the research in these areas. Is many of these things are not, it's not a luxury, right? So we experience, if we're experiencing real-time communications on Earth, and then it's over a second to the moon, right? So in terms of real time to the moon, if we're talking about speed of communications to Mars, in terms of 20-40 minute round trip communications as we go out to Mars and even beyond. So I think this need for alternative modalities in communications are very important, and obviously the ability to go through mass as well in terms of achieving the communications. So this is so very much a difference between, particularly when you're communicating through planetary mass, through whether it's an actual planet, whether it's bodies of ice, miles of ice, whether it's communicating through oceans, very much a need to have here. And then the speed at which those communications can be attained, very important as well. I feel like this would be a good time to bring in Phil Lentz, if Phil's on.
Yeah, my name's Philip Lentz, and we founded Unspace about 5 years ago to investigate, now that I've met these guys, the intersections of gravitational physics and EED. We certainly hope that they are related. Our experiments suggest that they are. Walking through the use case, I could repeat those. Certainly, ice, occluded bodies in space, situations where plasma from the sun interferes with communication signals. I think we've covered those scenarios pretty well. But what we found in the last 5 years is experiments have shown that space-time, it can be modified. When we look at UAPs, we certainly see phenomenon that defy anything that we can understand regarding materials that could stay together, life that it could exist. 90-degree turns at Mach 10 just should not be possible. So if you look at explanations warped space-time, curved space-time, certainly allow those things to be possible. There's a handful of other phenomena. We look at pulsars with neutron stars. We see anomalies there that just don't make sense. Those things should be flying apart, and they are not based on their spins. When we use gravitational assist to accelerate spacecraft or probes to get to a location at a faster speed, we see anomalies with their accelerations. And there's a handful of other anomalies. We could talk about dark energy all day long. But as we start to look at those things, pressure starts to come into play. And kinetic energy, centripetal pressures related to spin, those types of things are very much electrodynamic in nature, could very well be tied to EED. And when you start to look at how waves need to propagate over some medium, we start to maybe see an intersection between Einstein's special relativity, general relativity, and EED, because space-time might very well be the medium that these longitudinal scalar waves travel over. So that's what we're doing.
Drink chat. He said scalar.
We are taking curved space-time, we're sculpting it. We're creating higher energy gravitational waves by curving space-time, kind of like a lens, where a lot of you guys have heard of gravitational lensing. Well, we are doing that not with light, but we are doing it with gravitational waves.
What? Do you guys hear what he just said? You guys have heard of lensing in terms of light. They're doing lensing in terms of gravitational waves. I'm sorry. When I heard that, I only thought of one thing. Remember the last frame on this video, right here? Oh, I missed it by one. This frame right here. That one. Is that gravitational? Is that gravitational wave lensing happening right there? I think that it is. That's what this guy is talking about literally right now.
To create a higher energy level, gravitational waves, we've, courtesy of LIGO, we have learned they're very weak, but they certainly are a great opportunity for multi-signal science, astrophysical science, and communication screams for it. So if you can concentrate these waves at a higher energy, you don't need a 4-kilometer long leg of an interferometer, LIGO. You can do this over 30 centimeters or so. So
he's talking about high frequency gravitational waves right now. He's not saying it, but that's what he's talking about.
Then you've got a receiver that's an interferometer, and you've got a boosted higher energy gravitational wave as a transmitter. And then we oscillate those as a function of acceleration changes and vibration modes. So that's where we are today. We've got the experimental data that shows that these things are possible. It's happening. We are sculpting space-time. We are now generating gravitational waves using what we call waveguide to create those at a higher, to magnify those or concentrate them at a higher energy. And now we're building a custom interferometer at a small scale that's able to do what LIGO does in support of communication.
Bro, how is this not the biggest news in the world? This podcast, he just talked about how they're producing high frequency gravitational waves. He didn't use that many words. The LIGO only produces low frequency gravitational waves. And he's talking about increasing the energy level of it. Produce high frequency gravitational waves. What is Salvatore Pais's patent? Oh, high frequency gravitational wave generator.
Thank you, Anna.
That's great. Thank you so much, Phil. And I noticed that while I was speaking on the comm side, it looked like Hal, I don't know if Hal had something further to say or not, but if he did, I was kind of watching your expression, Hal. Was there something that you wanted to add to my or Phil's comments?
No, I think it covered it pretty well.
Feel welcome to correct if I had said something incorrect. Better for you to correct it. But
what we're seeing just way beyond our physics. But it turns out that's not really a true statement. It's, as Larry said, it may be beyond our engineering, but it's not necessarily beyond our physics. And so I had the experience of making a list of all the weird things that had been claimed to have been observed on one side of a piece of paper. And then on the other side of the piece of paper, say, if I could engineer Einstein's equations of general relativity the way we engineer Maxwell's equations for electromagnetism, what kind of effects would I would see? And it turns out that across that piece of paper, you can get a one-to-one correspondence. So I think that actually our understanding of some of the far out aspects of observations of UAP fall within a realm that we can understand. And so then that provides motivation for saying, okay, well, then how can we find a way, engineering wise, to move into that band? Well, we've got a long way to go, but at least we have a direction to go.
Wow.
Hal, if you wouldn't, I mean, obviously there's so much of this, and we've got so many people who have seen wide number of really interesting observations that pertain to a whole expanse of interesting. I kind of think wasn't engineering.
Well, how does that happen? Well, it turns out that one of the predictions of your engineering, well, for example, someone approaches a craft that's of a certain size, and then when they get inside, it's as big as a football field. Well, how does that happen? Well, it turns out that one of the predictions of your engineering, Einstein's equations, you could have that happen. Another example would be when a person on the ground sees a craft come along and suddenly do a 90-degree turn at Mach 10, you say, how could anybody survive that if there were many beings inside? However, if you look at the engineering of general relativity, you find out that under certain conditions, time is running much faster in the ship that's being engineered than it's running outside. And so they just take a leisurely turn. Of course, when they look out at the people on the ground, they all seem to be in slow motion. So what looks like an unbelievable turn to us can be a rather leisurely turn from those who are inside.
That's interesting. So Hal made two great points. I actually asked Dave Rossi about this claim like almost a year ago, about this idea that the craft on the inside could be much bigger than what it appears on the outside. And he said, no, that's legit. And that's what Hal is saying right here. He's saying the extended electrodynamics equations literally allow for stuff like in Men in Black, where something could look very small, but you get inside of it and now it's really huge. That's crazy to me, because that means the distance really is just an illusion that we're perceiving out there.
Other aspects, military people who've gotten too close to powered up craft will often get, or worse yet, radiation sickness. And so it turns out that when, again, you're looking at the equations of general relativity, under these conditions of having advanced propulsion, it turns out you get a blue shift in all the frequencies. And so ordinary black body radiation coming off the heat.
Chad, what is TARDIS? Help me out with the TARDIS, guys. And also, so now Hal's basically explaining Havana syndrome, as somebody else is saying, is that if your wavelengths get blue shifted, it can blue shift up into the ultraviolet where you can get sunburn. You know, you can get damage. Guys, I don't know what the heck TARDIS means, though. Hook me up.
Of the craft.
Oh, it's Doctor Who thing. Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Ordinarily would not be particularly harmful. If it gets blue shifted up into the UV and even beyond that into soft X-rays, well, then suddenly you can be harmed by that. So again, there's an example where we see an observation and we can link it back to the physics. And there are just a whole number of those.
Yeah, and those are really, are there any others that you think are, I mean, I think it's a good part of the reason that we're discussing this so much now is that not everybody has had all these observations that you've mentioned are public, right? These are all things that we've heard so many people who have been there, seen it firsthand, and there's books, there's podcasts, there's testimony to Congress, all these things. Those three examples you just gave are shareable, but at the same time, it's not something that's in Physics 101. It's not something that many people left-hand side of the sheet of paper, the unusual
bonds,
you think scientists or investors should be taking note of. In addition to the one you've shared.
You guys are going to love this. Ready?
Well, in addition, for example, strength of materials. And it turns out that the material bonds get blue shifted also. So that means that a craft like that with material bonds blue shifted could go into the water, go into land, and not come apart, because to those that are there, the rest of the world looks like butter. And so you're able to go right on through. So hardening of materials under these warped space-time conditions is another element that you could pursue. So really, all these fall in line in a very straightforward way. And by the way, it has been accepted in physics. I put together a whole list of all of that and what the consequences are in general relativity. And I published a paper in the Journal of the British Interplanetary Society. So this stuff is making it into the physics journals, if you know where to dig.
And I'm sure this is going to be a go-to read for anybody listening who cares about things like transmedium interactions or non-interactions with mass. So that ability of something to, I think what you're referring to on the observational science side is when we hear about these craft that are going from 80,000 feet to sea level in less than a second on some of these things, and I'm not sure what the speed is when they're going into water, but they're not hitting it. There's not that impact one would expect based on speed. So that kind of transmedium transport. So what is that journal? What's the date on that? Journal of British... What is it?
The Journal of the British Interplanetary Society. Lily, if I could dig that up in a hurry.
We can always get back to you on that. You can get back to you after.
I'll have to dig it up. Yeah.
From Larry. I'll publish that in the show notes so that the listeners have access to.
I don't know if I just like blacked out, but there was supposed to be some conversation of microtubules. But basically what they were saying is that they believe that these scalar interactions could also be what our mind uses as well. So if you are the type of people, and I know a lot of my followers are into it, like the remote viewing, the woo side, etc., these quantum mechanical extended electrodynamic equations can also apply to consciousness.
To that link.
It's great.
There's another area that I saw that MK had put up a little question about, what about consciousness, for example, and interacting with materials and so on.
Long time.
Well, it turns out that, as I mentioned, in the EED approach, where you're concentrating on potentials rather than fields, you interact with quantum systems. And we use Josephson junctions because they're the perfect sort of quantum detector.
You just hear what he just said? He said, quantum systems. Let me know. I'm just going to replay it. I'm not even going to say what he said. I just want you guys to pay very, very close attention for these next 15 seconds. Listen very, very carefully, chat. I'm not going to repeat it. Just listen carefully.
Well, it turns out that, as I mentioned, in the EED approach, where you're concentrating on potentials rather than fields, you interact with quantum systems. And we use Josephson junctions because they're the perfect sort of quantum detector that's used in quantum computing and quantum communications and so on. Well, it turns out there's a whole field of research being pushed by Roger Penrose, who's the Nobel Prize winner, along with Stu Hameroff, in which they've said, no, wait a minute, there are actually quantum detectors in the human body in the form of so-called microtubules. And those microtubules operate like Josephson junctions. So the idea that you might actually have that kind of an interaction between quantum communication systems and even the human body is not off the charts. A lot of work needs to be done. And of course, they've been working hard on trying to show that correlation. But so even getting into the idea that there might be communication processes involving the human body and vector and scalar waves is not off the charts. It all needs exploration. And so that's another area that, based on MK's question, could be pursued.
There's zero chance I make it through this without getting wasted, chat. Also, by the way, guys, Hal Puthoff clearly knows way more. I was talking to Bob Greenier, who's in the chat right now, last night about this. We talked quite a bit. And even Bob put together a web and was like, Hal Puthoff's in the center of all this. He is in the center of all of this stuff. The guy is a great liar. It's very clear that he knows exactly where the line is that he can't cross, and he's pushing it right up until that line. What I do want to say is my opinion of Hal is not that he's gatekeeping out of maliciousness. Hal Puthoff is gatekeeping because he has NDAs and he doesn't want to go to prison. He doesn't want to go to prison. Hal Puthoff might know more about gravity manipulation and zero-point energy than any other human being alive right now. He doesn't want to go to prison. I think that he's saying as much as he can say without violating his NDAs and his agreements that he has with the various defense contractors and what have you. That's my true opinion of him. I'm open to change, but that's my opinion as it stands today.
And I do want to give MK an opportunity to introduce herself. I mean, she's...
Oh, and by the way, Hal Puthoff is never going to testify to Congress. Eric Davis is never going to testify to Congress either. These guys are fine going to their graves without getting the Nobel Prizes they deserve. They don't care about any of that shit. It just doesn't matter to them.
Been very active in this EED group, and we're grateful for her work and her participation.
Oh, one more point. I'm going to get Hal Puthoff his Nobel Prize. I guarantee you guys, if it's the last thing I do on this earth after revealing MH370, Hal Puthoff is going to get that Nobel Prize for his space-time metric engineering paper. I don't care if he wants it or not. He's going to fucking get it.
MK, did you want to share your work in advanced technologies and energy and provide any additional color on your consciousness question?
I don't have much of a voice, but if Larry can, I think. Larry?
Okay, if I have something to contribute, I will.
And Larry, I saw that earlier you were ready to weigh in perhaps on an earlier point before we got into the bio side.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that one of the problems with developing advanced technology is at what point have you moved from proving it in science to proving it as a technology? And lattice confinement fusion got tarred and feathered much as UAP and UFOs did back in 1989 with what was called cold fusion. And of course, the question always is, well, if it's real, why doesn't someone sell a product? And it turns out we published 2 papers in the Physical Review Journal back in 2020. And colleagues of ours in the United Kingdom have now turned it into a commercial product. They are going to be generating medical radioisotopes potentially in every hospital in the world.
What? Somebody in the UK took their 2020 paper of lattice confinement fusion and they turned it into a product. But this is the hugest part, guys. Everybody asks, why are you not, where's the product? Because that's not how science works. Commercialization is a completely separate thing from showing that scientific experimentation exists. It's one thing to show that there's an effect out there. It's a completely other thing to say, we're going to build it into this device that costs X amount of money that we're going to sell at Y price, and we're going to commercialize it to the public. Completely separate things. And this is where a lot of people say, well, you show me it. Where's the product? Why aren't you a trillionaire? Because these are separate issues. People conflate, oh, you've discovered some property of nature, therefore you're automatically a trillionaire. It's not how any of this stuff works, guys.
Using lattice confinement fusion. So that's one. The second one is Hal's point about the potential blue shift of the radiation that would normally just be emitted as heat. And the blue shift implies that obviously there's a very strong gravitational field. One of the side effects that he points out is people have gotten burned from these things, from ultraviolet that'll give you at best a bad sunburn into soft x-rays that will do considerably more damage. One of the side effects, which has never been used to my knowledge, is to optically look with a spectrometer at the emissions when somebody comes close to these devices. And the reason it's important is that if you've got soft, far UV, soft X-ray radiation, you will actually light up nitrogen in the atmosphere. And since it's 80% nitrogen, there's plenty of nitrogen around you. So if these things are happening and someone has a cheap optical spectrometer specifically looking for the nitrogen line, you'll say, I've passed something that is doing amazing things with the local gravity. And the second thing that's related to this is I was tapped by the Navy, probably 8 years ago, to come up with means to how could we tell this happened? And directly playing into this is the idea to look at the time base on the floor.
Okay, so if you just missed what he said basically if we get a mass spectrometer and we film a UFO, we're going to see the nitrogen line, and that will prove they're manipulating gravity. Boom. Big thank you to Bob Greenier, who's in the chat right now, who just gave a donation, and several others as well. I appreciate it. Also, what I want to say right now is that Bob Greenier and I also talked last night about Ken's shoulders and how it relates to this fusion. And I think we're both on the same page. Larry Forsley knows that plasma is a much more efficient way to produce cold fusion. But they're slow dripping out the technology that's not controlled by NDAs, national security, and the defense contractors. They're allowed to do lattice confinement fusion because it's not a threat. You're not allowed to do, oh, it's time to make EVO of ball lightning plasma that has 1,000,000 times the energy density of your lattice confinement fusion. That you're not allowed to do because that's a national security issue. It seems like the plasma is the thing that is being kept secret for the interest of national defense. And they have several names for it. One of it is condensed charge. They basically just use code words for everything.
Flight recorders, which is nominally about 1 nanosecond accurate. And if you compare the time base when they take off with what they have when they come back, if it's been shifted and provided it's not canceled itself out by having come close and moved away from a UAP, you would see a time-based shift indicative of a relativistic change as they came close to the device. So the idea is in each of these areas, and many of the people that Anna's funded are building devices whose properties may in fact be encompassed by UAP.
Actually, some of the UAP observables. So it's kind of this getting back to the, because when we think about what is a UAP, I mean, there are others who could better describe it on the call. So I'll open it up to others. But if you think about, there's these ultra advanced craft. And when we think about our own terrestrial craft that are advanced, so if we think about if you're putting up the ISS, or if you're going to use any of our ships that are going out further, like a Starship, or what do you put on it? You're putting on your most advanced materials, you're putting advanced comms, you're using what you see as the most efficient energy storage. When you have a movable lab like the ISS, you've got
Honestly, I'm not a big fan of this host. I find her questions, I mean, I'm going to probably skip past most of her questions, just listen to the answers. You can understand the context just from the answers. Okay, so Larry Forsley was talking about the blue shift, how we can detect UFOs, talking further about lattice confinement fusion. The next part is going to be what makes the UFO. Oh, yeah, okay, so here we go. There's going to be another Yahtzee moment, I think, coming up right now.
Advanced biology, your best stuff. So Hal, you or Lou or Larry or others might have other definitions of on a UAP.
Guys, can you imagine me being the host of this podcast? We would have full disclosure. I wouldn't even need 3 hours. You just give me 1 hour with these people, and we're going to have full disclosure of exotic vacuum objects, of cold fusion using exotic vacuum objects, of teleportation using them. Because I'm just going to be asking them questions like, what would happen if we took a super high electromagnetic field charged plasma and we jammed them together? Oh, yeah, we're going to break the Schwinger limit. That would be their answer, right?
There's all these systems that we would expect or that we know are present from what they're doing.
Well, let me first say, I can give you that reference in JBIZ, Journal of the British Interplanetary Society. It's volume 63, pages 82 to 89 in 2010. And the name of the paper is Advanced Space Propulsion Based on Vacuum Space-Time Metric Engineering.
Thank you.
Let me get back to what Larry had said.
Missed that
What
paper.
I most want to see somebody go to the trouble of doing is just simply set up a broadband spectrometer to look at UAP and see if you get a blue shifted black body spectrum from their heat. So,
bro, why is he saying this? He must know that the military is already doing this. He's like, set up a mass spectrometer to look for the black body radiation. Like, I don't know how the UFO community is not paying attention to this. If you're interested in proving UFOs exist, you should be paying a lot of attention to what Hal Puthoff is saying here, because he's seen it firsthand, and he's probably seen it from defense contractor technology that is well beyond what the commercial publicly available technology is.
Signature. I mean, that one measurement would like settle it as to whether this space-time metric engineering approach is in fact the technology that's being utilized. So
Sounds like an experiment to do.
yes.
Sounds like data worth acquiring.
Yes. Absolutely. And
the problem is the UFO community has no clue about the science. Like, the best it gets is like people like Bob Greenyer who are looking at it, who are like tangentially related to the UFO community. But Bob Greenyer is only like, he's researching low energy nuclear reactions, is connected to the UFO community, but he's not necessarily a UFO disclosure advocate. Most of the UFO disclosure people have no idea how science works at all. They probably don't even understand this interview. You guys watching this right now know more than many PhD physicists do.
in one fell swoop, you'd say, aha, we're right. We know what they're doing. They're manipulating a space-time metric in accordance with the rules of general relativity.
Okay.
So MK is asking in the chat, and I do just want to, because I think MK lost her voice.
Not to fire off, chat.
She just kind of some background on MK.
Guys, I know I'm talking a lot here, but this point in this donation, we've leapfrogged the aliens. That is, to me, I think that's what Salvatore Pais was trying to say. What if we took the alien technology and we did something with it that not even the aliens can do? To me, that would actually melt my brain. That would actually melt my brain. If it turns out all along we reverse engineer this alien technology just so that we can fight back against them using their own technology in a way that they don't even use it, honestly, my head will explode. It will actually explode. I'm open to anything. I'm just telling you, my head will explode.
Okay, so she's been funding a multi-year research project through MK Advisors to determine the effects of observation.
Probably not true. Don't
and
worry.
intention on outcomes, utilizing scientific methods applied by Hal at SRI with controlled remote viewing. So that's MK's background from the chat, but then which she had put that in the chat earlier. But I think MK also wanted to say, okay, so this blue shift, why hasn't this experiment, which seems like it makes sense, everybody on this call probably wants to do it. Why has that experiment not been done? Or not to say that it hasn't, I don't know if it's been done or not, but that was MK's question. Why hasn't that been done if it hasn't?
We're running into the usual problem. That is, the people that are in the field aren't interested in UAP, and the people that are interested in UAP don't have the technical expertise. We just have to get these people together.
Bro, but Hal Puthoff I didn't even remember him saying that. I can't believe what he just said. He just said what I just told you guys. The people that are interested in UFOs don't know anything about science. Hal, of course, says it in a much more diplomatic way. But he's saying the scientists don't care about UFOs. The UFO people don't understand science. That's our real problem. Jeremy Corbell goes on Joe Rogan and he doesn't know the difference between a semiconductor and a capacitor. Like, we can't have people that don't know the difference between a semiconductor and a capacitor going on Joe Rogan to talk about UFO technology, because they don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He doesn't even know the basics of electrical engineering. And he didn't bother to teach himself either. Oh, RWK Records. Wow. Thank you very much. Good donation. Ashton, you are my hero. Would you be open to sharing all the files, links, videos, papers, etc. you've got on this subject? Guys, if you go through my Twitter posts, everything that I've ever done is publicly available. Everything that you see me post is open source information. I have no inside information that anybody's leaking me that I get out there. Of course, I have sources that tell me stories, but I just assume stories are stories. So there was even one time, I want to say like 2 or 3 months ago, where I, off the top of my head in the middle of a stream, I listed off 16 scientific papers, and I made a Twitter post of all 16 scientific papers. So if you go through my highlights, you should be able to find most of that content, or you can search through my profile. Otherwise, I'm working on potentially getting this stuff in a centralized location for you guys. It's just one person though, so just bear with me on that. Thank you again for that donation.
It is a point in time where the observational side on the sensing of where these are, where they're showing up, and certainly in some cases, I mean, we have another gentleman who's been active in the EED group, Ryan Graves, who's been on this podcast before, who's one of the pilots who was seeing some of these advanced craft on the UAP side on a daily basis. So there are both entities that have long-term data on that, but then from a citizen science standpoint, there's so much with regards to sensing now that there are private organizations that have access to that type of data as well, from what I understand at this point. So it's kind of
I think so. It's beginning to come out. Yeah.
It does.
It's beginning to come out. And she just referenced Ryan Graves, who just spoke about cold fusion. I would never have expected that Ryan Graves would know anything about cold fusion. He might know more than I thought. I'm starting to think I want to know who Ryan Graves has been talking to. There's no way Ryan Graves is studying physics on the side. Ryan Graves is being told information either by Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, or one of these other engineers like that, for sure. And now we're like, this circle, the social circles of these people is very small. We can actually connect basically everybody and figure out exactly what's going on. 100%. I thought I saw another question. Oh, yeah. Clayton Morris, if you didn't see the clip, I posted it last night. He called me physicist. I told him it's fine to call me physicist because you don't have to be a PhD to be a physicist. Physicist is just a term for people that study physics, which I am, I guess.
Require resources. So anyways, that's what do we think it would, so we would need to find one of these craft that, that presumably is operating in the mode where this shift occurs. So then what does this cost to do? So if, craft are showing up in this location, is this a pretty simple thing? This sounds to me like it's pretty simple. Is there something complicated about it?
I think it's pretty simple. Somebody just has to decide to do it. Larry?
Sounds pretty simple. Let's get this done.
For example, you can buy, for this purpose, a reasonable spectrometer that can see into the near UV. You can observe things in the area where you might spacecraft, if you will, or efficient exclusionary zone. The excitation of
this is a let's get it done type thing. And so maybe some of the people on this call will get it done. Maybe somebody listening is going to get it done, and you can reach out to Hal, Larry, and I and others on the call to let us know what happened. Did you validate this? Did you see something different? Because this feels like it's a get it done. Now on the bio side of some of this, Hal, you and others, I know there's been quite a bit published, and I'm trying to remember if it's Kit Green, if it's published by Kit, or if it's published by others. I feel like it might have, I'm trying to remember if it was in the book by Lakatsky or if it was in another book, some of the medical side of this, but there's certainly been quite a bit put out on the medical side, some of that focused on Brazil, some of it other places. But there are both documented cases that there's been damage to humans, damage to tissue. We also know a number of people who have seen these, what is known in
in. I mean,
okay, so right here, Hal Puthoff's going to talk about the mode the craft is in. And when I think about this, the idea of the UFO having a mode, it makes me think about Star Trek Impulse Drive versus Star Trek Warp Drive versus a wormhole. If you guys have not followed me for a long time, early on in the investigation, you can go back to the old live streams. I couldn't tell if the MH370 videos were showing warp drive or a wormhole. I didn't know enough about the physics. And now I understand those are just two modes of the same technology. And so is impulse drive. Impulse drive is if you want to move a short distance, you can just impulse yourself around. Warp drive is if you want to move a far distance or you want to move a short distance really quickly, use a warp drive. And then a wormhole is if I want to go from here to here instantly, that's a wormhole. And they all use the same exact physics, which would make me think you could describe them as modes.
There are cases where it seems like it's safe or people are not adversely impacted.
Thank you.
Is it a distance thing?
Well, it's a distance thing, and it also depends on the mode that the craft is in. I mean, if the craft is landed and not powered up, then there wouldn't be a problem necessarily. So it just depends on circumstances.
He's saying
interesting
the
because
same
I mean,
thing.
I've both seen advanced craft and then I know people have seen them who have not, who while they're under operation, who have not experienced some of the detriments. Now, that does not mean coming up within 5 feet of something or 20 feet of certain elements, but it is interesting to kind of get both the sense of what those detrimental impacts are, and then obviously there are
Blade is
people
too
Might
long-winded.
be 100 meters away or whatever, then you wouldn't necessarily experience anything untoward. It's really
Okay,
getting
here we go.
quite close would be where the problem area was, like a few feet, say.
That's helpful. So you can be somewhat close in terms of realm of a craft. Like when you think about how far you are from an airplane when you're not getting on it, you don't need to be within a few feet. So it's really it's potentially much closer range. And I've heard on the orb side, both people say that both people come in very close contact with orbs and then others that they're further away. I've heard both people where there's been tissue damage upon contact, and other people who have gotten pretty close and not had any issues. How do the orbs connect with all this?
Bro, what? Orbs? Out of nowhere, everybody's just talking about orbs. And yes, thank you. This is my new stocking. Merry Christmas for everybody. Merry Christmas. Don't ask what it is. Okay. Okay. Orbs?
That's still an area we haven't figured it out. Other than that.
We haven't figured it out. Bullshit, bro. Bullshit. This is the first time I've heard an interview with Hal Puthoff where I can tell he's lying. First time. He's really good at lying. Notice how he laughs right here. I'm gonna go back 15 seconds. Listen very carefully. He laughs right here. I think it's a tell.
I've heard both people where there's been tissue damage upon contact, and other people who have gotten pretty close and not had any issues. How do the orbs connect with all this?
That's still an area we haven't figured it out.
Bullshit.
Other than there appear to be some connection.
Oh, bullshit.
And that is something that appears to be
dude, bullshit, Hal. Hal Puthoff, if you're watching this right now, I'm calling bullshit. Your partner was Ken Shoulders. Your financier was Bill Church of Church's Chicken. And he was literally looking into self-sustaining, self-organizing plasma. And you're trying to tell me you don't know what the orbs are? You know what the fucking orbs are, Hal. You know what the orbs are. They're balls of plasma, and you know it.
Subset of the advanced energy side of all of this. And oftentimes it's accompanied by light. It appears to be accompanied with sentient control.
100%.
Sentient control as in a drone it's not just...
Yeah, if you didn't know this, like literally, like this is mind-blowing. Like I want someone to report on this story. Hal Puthoff connected with Ken Shoulders in the 80s, and their financier was Bill Church of Church's Chicken. That was the trio. Not even joking. 100% true.
Random behavior. It's something that, and not to say that these are drones, but things that are behaving as if they are directed or directing themselves either way. Non-randomized movement. So that's an area that
you just called them drones.
Perhaps is not as tied down on the energy and the light side of things.
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery there. I mean, there have been attempts to, let's capture a drone with a net. And so then the orb comes, it sees the net, and it just bobs around it.
Capture the net, chat.
I mean, these are obviously under what you would say quality control.
A fairly lengthy paper, perhaps I can call it a short textbook, written by the Russian theoretician Vyacheslav Dyatlov, which can be it's publicly available. All you have to do is Google the last name, D as in Delta, Y A T as in Thomas, Lov, Dyatlov, and the words inhomogeneous vacuum domain. And that will get you to his paper. And the topics such as orbs are among the many things that Dyatlov discusses in that paper. That paper came to our possession through one of the staff members of the United States Senate Armed Services Committee, by the way. So it does have some, but has achieved some credence within the intelligence community.
Was that Kirk McConnell?
Well, I'd rather not share the name, but yes, it was among that community.
Well, actually, Kirk gave me permission to use his name. So the answer is yes.
And I'm sure there are others as well, because I think the interesting thing is there's been
Give me permission to use his
such
name.
widespread visibility of some of both the craft and the phenomena and there's also been access that how a number of the papers that you worked on are now, in terms of the DIRD documents, are now public. But when those were still classified or confidential, there were thousands of people that were going through that before they were FOIA'd and released. So
These people are all under NDAs. It's crazy. That guy had to ask for permission to say somebody's name. And now they're bringing up the DIRDs. Guys, the DIRDs were classified. If you don't know what the DIRDs are, the Defense Intelligence Reference Documents, 38 scientific papers on extremely advanced concepts, including warp drives and wormholes, extracting energy from the 0-point fluctuations, high energy lasers and directed energy weapons, other forms of propulsion, magnetohydrodynamics, all of these things. Basically, what happened was the Defense Intelligence Agency gave a contract to Hal Puthoff to get 38 papers written by the best Black Project engineers and physicists that Hal Puthoff knew. Again, it all goes back to Hal Puthoff. And the papers were classified. And they eventually got unclassified, I think in around 2017 or 2018 when they got FOIA'd. And that's how we all know about all those papers. I've read probably 6 to 8 of them. And they are probably the most important scientific papers in human history. I don't say that lightly.
there is also just a large number of people who have either seen things, experienced things, or been eligible to go through any range on, or people that
is to discuss what I had mentioned earlier, the coupled Maxwell-Heaviside equations. These are a set of equations that are very similar to the standard Maxwell's equations that every student of electrical engineering and physics and many other disciplines are taught at the undergraduate level nowadays. The fact, though, that these Maxwell's equations are not simply a standalone edifice, but they may be coupled with another set of very similar equations known as the Heaviside equations, which do involve a coupling between gravity fields and spin fields, tells us that there is a possibility that all four of these fields may be coupled together. And that may not be just scientific speculation, because at least one inventor by the name of Thomas Townsend Brown has been experimenting with the coupling between large electric fields and gravitational fields, or at least trucked fields. And there is even some reason to believe that some of this work of Townsend Brown, may have found its way into some of the aircraft currently in service in the United States Air Force active inventory. The difference, though, is that Townsend Brown and, of course, Nikola Tesla were neither of the two of them particularly fond of the discipline of vector calculus. So unfortunately, if you want to get into either Maxwell's equations or the coupled Maxwell-Heaviside equations, you have to use principles derived from vector calculus in order to reduce the equations to practice and produce.
Okay, let's skip ahead a little bit of that. Okay, Thomas Townsend Brown. If you've been watching me, you know all about Thomas Townsend Brown. Watch the Jesse Michaels documentary about it if you're not familiar. But basically, Thomas Townsend Brown figured out that electromagnetism is directly connected to gravity. And he realized he can create a pressure force that allows metal plates to just lift off the ground. And you're like, oh, that's anti-gravity. This is the part where people first started to realize that gravity is connected to electricity and electromagnetism. That's the reason why you don't learn about Thomas Townsend Brown, because if you did, you'd realize that gravity in the universe is electric in nature. Okay, let's skip ahead a little bit.
The set of engineers at the Heaviside near term.
that are not well defined, and the standard model is one of those. And we may be opening the doors to a good many sets of new physics that apply in ways we can't even imagine.
So what he's saying right here is, well, we're about to create unification using electromagnetism and quantum mechanics. And the standard model, when we think of the standard model, that's our macroscopic understanding of the universe from physics perspective. Basically, what that guy right there was saying in kinder terms than I say it, general relativity is wrong. It's not that it's entirely wrong, but it's generally wrong and needs to be improved. And 0-point energy is going to be the thing that fills the gap. We don't need dark energy. We don't need dark matter. We can actually model our solar system with 0-point energy being involved. With all of this energy that's out there, it's electromagnetic in nature. We don't need all those other things anymore.
That's it, Anna. Thank you.
It's great. And is there anything else that joined more recently?
Well,
here we go.
I'd like to touch on chance for a minute, and that's one area that really surprised me. I had not thought of burst of energy or basically cathode anode methods as a way to generate gravitational waves, and that was new to me. So I want to say that's a very myopic answer to your question, but from a broader point of view, the gaps are pretty simple. Engineering, where engineering meets physics, is the gap, and we're collectively, I think all of us are creating opportunities for new engineering. And for example, most of us are using interferometers, and interferometers have a noise floor. And because all of us need quantum level measurements, and the noise floor for interferometers occurs.
For the people that are wondering, what does electric universe really mean? What does that mean for me as a normal person? Basically, what it means is that electricity, electromagnetism, is the answer for gravity. Gravity is connected to electromagnetism. The 0-point energy, this ocean of energy that we don't see, but it's all around us all the time, it's electromagnetic in nature. Think about that for a second. That means everything around us, from the very small to the very large, is all electromagnetic in nature. This means that we can explain the whole universe just using electricity. Electricity is what connects the very large to the very small. This idea will give an aneurysm to a mainstream physicist, because they've been taught their whole lives that general relativity shows that space is an empty vacuum. This isn't consistent with the idea that the universe is electric. The alternative theory is that space isn't empty at all. And even in this small invisible layer that we can't see, there are tiny subatomic particles constantly popping into existence. Particle-antiparticle pairs are constantly popping into existence everywhere all the time. And we can shoot a potential, a wave, an invisible wave through that medium. And as we're going to learn in a little bit here, it might be going faster than the speed of light when it does that.
At the quantum level, I think we're all collectively finding ways to make interferometers better. So that's just one example. And that's where we have to get better with engineering across the board.
Great, Phil. And I know we have a number of people on the call with capabilities in communications, but you are certainly one of the experts, in our group whose one of your primary focuses is the communication side. As you think about the potential for communications more broadly, of understanding these various forces, the anomalous phenomena, the extended electrodynamics, and beyond quantum communications and sensing, are there any things you would leave us with in terms of the vision or the what might be possible and some of the big questions?
Yeah, the reason all these things are coupled is because communications, ultimately in EED holistically, is certainly doing something with space-time. That is the medium. And all these things come together to not only result in communications, where the opportunities are great.
He wants to say ether so bad.
We know relay satellites take way too long to relay information. We know that bodies occlude communication with space probes all the time. We know that we have to make adjustments to gravitational assist models because they're not working exactly right. So I think I'll just leave it at that. Everything we're doing relates to the unknowns, and ultimately moving forward, I hope that we continue collaborating and sharing information, because
okay, dude, he just say ether, bro. He wants to say like the medium of space-time. What do you mean medium of space-time? What do you mean by that? Nobody challenges him. The host doesn't say anything. If it was me and I'm the host, the next question I'm going to say is, so you're saying that the ether is real, right? Like, God, it's just killing me how much these people just use code words, because if they don't use the code words, then all the academics say, you're a quack, you're a pseudoscientist. It's like, bro, just get over it. Stop caring what other people think of you. This was my main criticism of Sal Pais, which, guys, you know I love Sal. I love him more than basically anyone. He's got to stop caring what academia thinks of him. We're not in that world anymore. That's like caring what the media thinks of you. If the media wants to say I'm a racist or a bigot or whatever, go for it. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Who cares what people think of you? Just say the truth. Who cares about academia? Academia is dead. Pretty soon there's going to be a new peer review process that has nothing to do with academia anymore.
Having an open door for information is key. And I think that's what you've taught us, Anna, is you've taught us not to be so protective with maybe even our IP, even though you always say, hey, protect your IP. The fact that we are sharing things here today in ways, in open ways that I really haven't seen anywhere else. I just like to tip my hat that this process needs to continue and get better.
For that, Phil, really.
I do want to comment on that. So one of the things I would say about the IP, and I've noticed this as well, is that engineers, the moment they find out that there's this magical technology, they immediately go into silence mode. I've got to patent this. I got to be the one to figure it out, because they assume that everybody else is on the verge of figuring it out. So hypothetically, someone figures out, oh, I can manipulate gravity using these YCBO superconductors. And they go, shit, I got to go silent about this. I got to not tell anybody how I did it. I got to patent this so I can protect my IP and I can make a bunch of money off of it. And then they find out, oh, humanity is a bunch of primitives and we don't understand science at all. And even if you had just told us how it all worked, we still would have said it's fake, even though it's real experimentally. So people should shy on the side of just tell us how it works. Don't worry about IP. If you're right, you're going to make a lot of money anyway. You'll never have to worry about money ever again, no matter what. Just tell us how it works. Explain it. Stop. Don't go be quiet about it. That's what allows the government and academia to suppress it over and over and over again. We need more voices out there that are influencers in the 0 point energy community.
Appreciate your bringing your expertise and your leadership into the group as well. And I do think that this MK had referenced earlier some of the programs that Hal had worked on previously, which one of the things that actually initially brought us to make these ties between advanced propulsion, advanced comms, one of the things that led us back to UAPs was the potential for faster than light communications. So,
guys, I've got a Flagstaff mass down here. You guys can't see at the moment. Faster than light communication. This is exactly what I was talking with Professor Simon Holland about just this weekend, 2 days ago. If you have not watched that, check out that interview. Can we actually achieve faster than light communication? It's actually mind-bending when you think about it. Because conventional physics would say that you're violating special relativity, that you're violating causality, because if you can achieve faster than light communication, they say that you can send a message to the past. Can you? I'm not sure.
So I don't remember what the exact question was that a number of us were exploring together, but then we got back to, well, actually on the advanced communication side, we do have documented, declassified materials.
God, she's the worst.
Sending information packets. Hal wanted to speak further to that.
Well, if we really want to sort of go out on a limb on things that should be pursued, you could ask the question, why does EM propagate at the velocity of light? Well, there's a series of papers by Urban, URBAN.
We need these papers.
In which he addresses that issue and says, well, it's because the background that electromagnetic signals are propagating through is, of course, the vacuum that's full of its fluctuations. So we can look in the vacuum as being kind of a sea of electron, positron, plasma. And so he did calculations and said, okay, when an EM signal goes propagating through this background electron, positron, virtual plasma, it induces
Drink again.
effects, and it takes a certain amount of time for that effect to occur, and then the wave goes further, and once again it induces. And so there are reasons why C happens to have the value C. Well, that raises the issue then. Okay, well, if I'm sending a signal, let's say an EED signal, where I have gotten rid of electromagnetic fields, then they won't induce these intermittent steps. And so is there a possibility that some of the EED signals propagate faster than the speed of light? Well, that's a laboratory thing that needs to be pursued when you.
Bro, I can't with Hal Puthoff right now. Hal, I love you, Hal Puthoff. You're my favorite physicist of all time. At the same time, it's so obvious he's lying right here. Like, so obvious. Oh, someone needs to test if, if we were to remove the 0-point energy from a region, would the speed of electromagnetic wave go faster than the speed of light? He knows the answer is yes. He knows the answer is yes because literally later on in this exact interview, he explains how the permittivity of free space changes the speed of light. He knows it. And he's sitting here and he's beating around the bush. If I know it after just 1 year of studying this guy's work, of course he knows it. It's like he's literally trying to give us breadcrumbs to follow. That's what I feel like watching this or listening to this. It's like, hey guys, faster than light communication might be possible. Maybe somebody should do an experiment where they, push out the electromagnetic 0-point energy from a region and see what the speed of light does.
You start asking such questions as, why is the speed of light C and not something else? So anyway, there's a whole new research area I'd like to see somebody pick up and follow.
He's already done it.
And that's very thoughtful of you to suggest that people should pick it up. I agree with you on that side. But then I'm also remembering that there was, in terms of one of the programs that you were involved in, so just public data, there was the attaining of information.
Okay, let's skip that.
So when the eclipses of the moons of Jupiter occurred,
I'm going to skip part through this. Basically, he talks about that somebody was able to see the eclipse on Jupiter through remote viewing faster than the electromagnetic wave got to Earth. And his argument here is that you're remote viewing the information faster than the speed of light, which is actually compelling. It's actually a pretty compelling argument. We just don't have time for it tonight. So we're going to skip ahead here. They're going to start talking about gravitational waves.
Entered into account the speed of light. Well, he used that to calculate a speed of light 400 years ago, and he was roundly dismissed for it.
And basically, this guy's saying somebody researched the speed of light, and they realized the speed of light was not a constant like we thought. It's kind of compelling, but not
in fact,
Jupiter situation was real. However, the batteries supported HI side. I'd like to give Chance and Anchor an opportunity to share their work. Chance, could you share a bit on
energy and energy density,
propulsion, Alcubierre drive, other areas of work?
Thank you. I really have been chasing this for a little bit, but it really is all about trying to link energy and energy density to space-time curvature, and to do it in a way that, in an experimental way, and to then be able to consider ways that this could be used for propulsion and advanced propulsion, a la what Miguel Alcubierre first kind of cited as a way of kind of known colloquially as warp drive. But it is skating on curvatures of space-time as a way to even suggest that you could travel beyond the speed of light, because we do know that gravitational waves have the capability of moving beyond that speed.
Wait, we know that gravity waves can move faster than the speed of light? Is that just common knowledge? That wasn't common knowledge to me. But this guy Chance literally just said just now, 5 seconds ago, that gravity waves move faster than the speed of light. Really? Okay.
And also that I use a good example. I often use that if you're sitting in your car and you press accelerator, you lean backwards because of inertia. But if you instead, when you press the accelerator and all of the road moved around you, would still get to a destination, but you wouldn't feel the inertial forces. So if you were able to manipulate space and time, and I do emphasize time as well, you could do something like this. Now, as I began looking at it, my main goal was to understand that through Einstein's equations, energy density is a key to doing this.
Guys, this guy is just firing off facts right now. How many times have I told you guys what warp drive is? Warp drive is like being on a conveyor belt. You're not moving. You're moving the space-time around you. That's what he just said. And then he's saying it's all about the energy density. The energy density. What is he talking about when he says energy density? 0 point energy, chat. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about the energy density of the 0 point energy. If you remove the 0 point energy in front of you, you're going to have a pressure effect where you get pulled forward automatically. The same way where my legs weren't moving right there. I was just rolling on my chair. It's actually that simple. It's actually that simple. So when a lot of you say, I can't understand this, I'm not a physicist. Yes, you can understand it. It's actually very simple if you use simple analogies that we experience every day.
And then the next step was that in order to get very high energy densities, and I sought out some papers that kind of suggested certain thresholds that you needed to be at in order to observe some sort of effect. In order to increase the energy density, you could either have a lot of energy or a very small volume. And that's what I elected to do through a spark gap type of experiment. And as others have mentioned, I did utilize interferometer to determine whether or not the observations I made were indeed gravitational waves. Now, I've done a lot of work to eliminate some of those factors and those other methods that might be causing the fringes in the interferometer to actually move, which is what I have observed. And the biggest thing to consider was
Did my dude just say he saw the interferometer move in terms of the waves, the interference pattern? That's the Martin Gruznik experiment. And he just said that. When he's saying that, he's saying they're producing gravitational ripples. That's why you're seeing the movement in the interferometer waves. He literally just casually just dropped that right there. That, what you just heard from, I think this is Chance. He was basically confirming what Harold Sonny White with NASA experimented with when he was trying to produce a warp bubble. And Harold Sonny White said, we produced a real warp bubble, not a virtual one, a real one. And he just said right now the same thing. Guys, about a year ago, I told you guys, if any one of these concepts, EM drive, warp drive, wormholes, if any of them are real, all of it's real. Because they're all based on the exact same physics. And so is free energy. Free energy, being able to just pull energy out of the ether, is based on the exact same physics principles as EM drive, also known as the impossible drive, Star Trek impulse drive, warp drive, and wormholes. All use the same physics. All you're doing is you're bending space-time. And how do you do it? Energy density. So why is there a huge amount of gravity on Earth? The reason why we have so much gravity on Earth is because the Earth is a giant ball of energy. So the energy density near us is relatively large. So there is a pressure that is formed, and we call it gravity. Pretty interesting.
Of refraction. And I've done a couple of experiments, one using different laser wavelengths, two, to use different orientations of the laser in consequence to the spark itself, to see if there were changes due to those different orientations, as well as others using different gases such as helium. Yes. So the bottom line is one that I believe that I'm generating very small gravitational waves in the laboratory. And
bros, you know why I get called a physicist? If I wasn't a physicist, I wouldn't have just called. This guy explained what he was doing a second ago with the laser interferometer, and I told you guys he was making gravity waves. And what did he just say right there 5 seconds ago? He said, I believe I'm making gravity waves. I'm gonna go back 15 seconds just so we don't miss it.
As well as others using different gases such as helium. Yes. So the bottom line is one that I believe that I'm generating very small gravitational waves in the laboratory. And number two, I am putting all my observations and hypotheses together in a paper that I'm about to try to publish in one of the physical review letters. As will be my first attempt. But I'm working on that now, and I'm pretty excited about what I'm seeing so far. I'm very encouraged by things, particularly that Phil has said.
This guy is not nearly as good of a liar as Hal Puthoff is. I can just tell listening to this guy that like he knows he has an NDA, and he's like every time he talks, he's thinking about where the line is, and he's thinking about like what scripted response he has to give. I can just tell right away. Like, I honestly don't know how I have this superpower, but maybe it's from playing poker or what have you. But like, I can just tell when somebody, it's not lying necessarily. It's like the Benny Gesserit in the Dune show where they have like the truth saying power, and they'll be like, and then they can just tell if the person's like being honest or not. Like I have that power. I don't know how.
In regard to his observations, as well as also the connections between electric fields, electrodynamics, and gravitation. I think we might be scratching the surface on that kind of stuff. So with that's the main portion of some things that I'm done, and it's been funded by the National Science Foundation, and we're looking to continue to build upon that work.
So much for sharing.
Bro, that was the most scripted response I've ever heard in my whole life. He's like, and it's been funded by the National Science Foundation, who's literally the host. The host is literally the head of the National Science Foundation. And we look forward to continuing that work. Like, this is like she's got a gun to his head, and she's like, you better say the fucking right thing, or I'm going to pull this goddamn trigger. Like, that's what that felt like right there. Like, that guy is so uncomfortable right there. It's not coming off naturally. And that's why I like live streaming, because I just give you guys my unadulterated opinion, which shows you that, like, I'm always being 100% forthright.
During that chance, I think the work that you're pursuing is really cutting to how do you achieve that ultra fast transport, that ultra efficient transport. So it's just really an important area of work, both that you're doing, and hopefully more and more people will get active in this space. And I see both Anchor and Richard are also very focused on the advanced propulsion aspects. Anchor.
Guys, even when it's a situation where like we don't control the questions, you can glean so much information from this. Like, you can glean so much. To me, at this point, I'm not even trying to learn the physics anymore. I already know all the physics. Everything they're saying is corroborating what we're saying. You know what I'm learning from this? I want to learn the interpersonal relationships between these people. These people are significant people at the DOE and NASA and the Black projects. I want to learn what other interpersonal relationships are like. Who likes who? How do they interact with one another? Who's the best liar? That's the stuff that I want to learn. I want to interview any of these people. They're going to be terrified to talk to me. Terrified. Even though I have a massive platform. Why? Because I don't do no bullshit. I don't do no bullshit. I just get to the facts, and I can just see right through people like they're transparent.
You like to share?
Sure. Hey everyone, my name's Encore Bot. I'm the founder of Hover Incorporated. I founded this company back in 2022,
Encore Bot,
and I'm the CEO and CPO.
What do we got on you, buddy?
My background is in electrical engineering and experimental physics, and I have a master's in EE from UCLA. So basically the concept of the hover drive, which is what we're calling is a propellantless vacuum thruster. So it's kind of a quantum thruster.
Holy shit, chat. This interview is fire. I don't care if it takes 5 hours to get through this interview tonight. We're probably just going all night. He just talked about EM drive. Most people are not going to catch that. You guys probably all caught that because you've been watching along. His hover drive, he just said it's like a Q thruster. The Q thruster is the other version of the EM drive. These people just make up new words for the same thing. EM drive was confirmed by Harold Sonny White from NASA in 2015. Sal Pais even references the results in one of his papers. Everything I just told you, 100% true, by the way. And instead, the media attacked the EM drive. They said it's impossible. You can't have a drive that has a propellantless thrust. It's not possible according to the laws of physics. Why? Because the mainstream physicists are retards. They're retards, chat. This guy is now about to talk about EM drive right now. He made his own version, it turns out. Here we go.
And I have it patented back in 2018 with Frank Becker, who actually proposed the idea to me. He actually had done some testing back in 1990 as a student, and he's trying to replicate another effect that's famous and well-known, and he thought he saw something and approached me in 2017. And I actually started a lab, and I started doing the research on it. So,
okay, so I just told you it's about understanding the interpersonal relationship. So what did he just say? He goes, one of my buddies just told me about some other experiment. He doesn't say EM drive, but that's exactly what he's talking about. It's no question. He's talking about his buddy saw the Harold Sonny White results from the EM drive, and he said, I thought I saw something there in 2017. And then in 2018, they patented their own version of the EM drive. Why would you patent your own version of somebody else's debunked experiment? Oh, because it works. Guys, I have a Twitter post out there that's called Bold Predictions. I actually have 2 of them. And in one of those bold prediction posts, it says, I'm going to tell you something that nobody will tell you. And it says, EM drive is real. EM drive is real. I made sure I had it on the record because everybody thought it was fake. And now we're listening to a guy on a podcast sponsored by NASA who has his own EM drive. This actually increases the number of EM drive applications to like 5 different EM drives. Charles Bueller was going viral like 6 months ago because he has been testing his own version of EM drive. Let's keep listening.
basically, I would just describe what it is. It's pretty simple. It's a capacitor. So for people who don't know, it's a capacitor is just 2 plates, a cathode and an anode. And you get these plates really close together and you get an extremely high voltage on them. Now, the difference is here is a lot of people have done tests with high voltage and capacitors, but we propose the idea to get these plates very close together and hyper-accelerate the electrons from the cathode, the negative side, to the anode. And we would accelerate these electrons to on the order of 10 to the 23rd meters per second squared. So immense accelerations. And from what I know, from what I think that hasn't been really done before, especially that immense acceleration. So we thought that, hey, perhaps that when you do this very high acceleration, this might actually do something. And the reason why we thought that is because we were both interested in Professor McCulloch's work. It's quantized inertia. It's controversial, but it's an interesting theory saying that inertia and mass is actually tied to the Rindler horizon.
Guys, you want me to be controversial? I think we've surpassed Mike McCulloch. Mike McCulloch has this idea of quantized inertia. He's 100% correct, but he's not outspoken enough, and therefore he's not going to get the credit he deserves. You know what? Fuck you. You're screwed over. We've surpassed him. MH270X has surpassed Mike McCulloch. Also, Nassim Haramein is also, he's dead. He's correct as well. There's several people out there that are they're correct on their general view of gravity, inertia, mass, 0-point energy, but they're not going to get the credit they deserve. And the reason is that they were not bold enough. They were not bold enough. MH370X said, you know what? We're going to prove all these things are real. And at the same time, we're going to prove that we literally fucking teleported an airplane teleported in an airplane with some floaty orbs that were already doing it. Where most people would look at that and they would go, you're literally insane. We go, nope, we're not. We're not insane. We can prove those videos are real. And in the process, we're going to go ahead and solve this UFO thing. We're going to teach you where gravity comes from. We're going to actually just give you free energy. Why? Full screen. Why are we going to give you free energy? Because you know what? We wanted to figure out what happened to a missing airliner. So for all the people that have been hiding free energy, we just gave you free energy. We're going to give you free fucking energy just because we were trying to solve a missing airliner. Yep. Our reasons are that petty. In fact, it gets more petty. Let's keep going.
So the Rindler horizon is an information horizon, meaning that if you accelerate something to an extreme level, you can bring this information horizon locally and close by. So we can bring this Rindler horizon to about 2 millimeters. And we found that when you bring this very close by, and you also have this high field with these two plates together, you can actually get a net force on this capacitor. So you can think of it as a type of quantum wind that happens between the Rindler horizon and the cathode. It's kind of this
quantum wind, chat. First of all, drink. Quantum wind, chat. What do you think he's talking about here, chat? Quantum wind? Bro, he's talking about the ether and he's talking about making gravity waves. The quantum wind. These people making up fake ass names for things actually just cracks me up. It really just cracks me up because we're smart enough now to actually completely understand what they're talking about. Yes, please hit the like button. Guys, we are popping off tonight. If you want to understand free energy and gravity manipulation, tonight is your night. My Casimir senses are tingling. Thank you. Thank you, Eric Spencer. Why? He's talking about putting two plates together. What does that remind you of? Put them very close together. Yeah, it's called the Casimir effect. So he's talking about 0-point energy. Now, what are they doing to manipulate it? It's an engineering problem, right? Guys, I'm going to literally teach you how to produce warp drives, impulse drives, and wormholes tonight. He's putting a high voltage through the plates. Okay, so we've got two regular plates. And when they come very close together, they stick together because of the Casimir effect. So how do we engineer that? This guy decided add a very high voltage between the plates and it creates an even more powerful effect. Maybe it even amplifies the effect, increases the effect. And then how do I determine what direction I want it to go? Yes, literally all you have to do is change the geometry. Make the plates into a triangle. Now you'll have a propulsive force going this way. Or if you go like this, the propulsive force will be going downward. That's literally all there is to it. The EM drive was just a cone. It was just a cone. That was it. Casimir effect plus a cone plus high voltage. Boom. Star Trek impulse drive.
Region of space. And basically we said, okay, we got to eliminate all the artifacts and whatnot. And so in 2018, we wrote a technical paper. It's on the archive and you guys can look for it online. Hopefully the link will be on this podcast and you can see what we did. But the problem was for years, we could do it once in a while. It wasn't reliable. And not till probably July of this year is when I could get it pretty reliable, almost on demand. So we were pretty excited about that. Basically, the force is proportional to the current, accelerated current, divided by...
The force is proportional to the current. Wow, that's an amazing statement to make. Because you would say, okay, how much force can I get out of it? It's proportional to the current. The current is the electricity flow between the plates. What they're saying is, as long as you keep adding voltage, the force generated is going to increase linearly. It's not exponential, but it's still pretty damn good. That's still significant claim.
The distance between the plates, so the electrode distance, squared. So if you can imagine, if we can get these plates very close together, we can get an immense amount of force. Right now, we're getting forces on the micronewtons into low millinewton range, so small amount of force. But in theory, if we can get these plates very close together and we can scale it up, we can get into significant amount of force in the newtons range. And yeah, that's basically what we've been working on. We're pretty excited about it. I would say we're about a TRL4, meaning we can.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead because we just went through the important part. I just taught you guys how to make Star Trek Impulse Drive. Do you guys see why I was so excited for this? Holy shit, this podcast has very serious people openly talking about the ether, the EM drive, faster than light communication, faster than light, I already said that one, travel. This thing is no joke. Potentially, they're going to talk about free energy here in a minute, too. And they're just doing it in coded terminology. They're just doing it in coded terminology, and everybody on this call understands exactly what they're saying. All the people on this call know what they're really talking about. And if you were to talk to any of them in private, they would admit it. If you were to talk to them in public, they would not admit it. The same way where when I was talking to Salvatore Pais, I was like, are you just talking about free energy and the ether here? And he's like, academia doesn't like it. Remember when I asked Salvatore Pais about negative energy? I said, Sal, you know, he dodged around the negative energy thing. And I said, are you just talking about negative energy? And he goes, well, academia doesn't really respect the idea of negative entropy. It's a very controversial concept in academia. And I just go, fuck academia, bro. It's negative energy. I can see it's a cold teleportation event. It's ice cold. It's black. Come on, let's not beat around the bush here. There is no such thing as a negative entropy event. Well, there is now.
And show it into a laboratory test. And our goal is to get to TRL9 eventually, but TRL6 is the next goalpost. And we are an NSF.
Kind of just, if you got interim.
So orbital adjustments, things of that nature. Even right now in this region, we think that has promise there, which is already exciting. Especially when you have this propellantless propulsion, meaning no fuel.
Oh, okay. I'm going to skip ahead past this guy because we got to keep this thing moving. We're never going to get done. But basically he's saying even at these small amounts of thrust and force, we can use this to move satellites around in orbit. So he's saying like this is useful. Like people don't realize satellites don't move in orbit, but if you have an EM drive on them, they can. So spoiler alert, guys. The spy satellites that are in orbit right now, they can actually move. They already have this shit on them. Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, they already know about all this. It's the public that doesn't know. So the reason why they don't tell you the capabilities is because they literally have things that the public thinks are impossible on our spy satellites in orbit right now. Right? What you're listening to here is soft disclosure. That's what he says here. I'm going to skip past it.
And you can power it by solar panels or waiting to the.
So to Europe, the answer is pushing the speed of because a number
to Proxima Centauri in about 7.
Okay, and then this part here, he says, oh, you can get to Proxima Centauri, our nearest star, in 7 years with this EM drive. Guys, EM drive is old and busted. EM drive is literally old and busted, and we're never using EM drive to go to any other star anywhere in our galaxy or anything like that. We're going to use a wormhole. Using EM drive is like deciding that I'm going to go walk to the city instead of taking my bike or taking my car. Fuck that noise. I'm taking my car every time. Well, screw taking a car. We're literally going to jump in a Stargate, and I'm just going to be in like LA or New York. That's the difference. So EM drive is like just proving that the ether is real. That's the only point of EM drive. And for very short distance travel. Like I don't need a teleport to the room next to me. There's no point in that. I can just walk. It's right there. But I'm not going to walk to New York. That's actually relevant when we talk about this technology.
7 years.
Okay.
If you
looking at that in lab yet.
So you've been involved on the theory side.
So if you can do any engineering to reduce the speed of light.
Quite a bit to that. Is there anything that you would share with regards to that theoretical work that, like you said, has not been reduced to practice yet?
You're my boy, Blue.
Well, one thing I might say, when we say, what is the speed of light? Well, to an engineer, it's C equals 1 over the square root of mu 0 epsilon 0, the permittivity and permeability of the vacuum. So if you can do any engineering to reduce mu zero and epsilon zero, then 1 over the square root of mu zero epsilon zero gets to be a very high number. And so actually aiming in that direction is what can get you beyond the speed of light. You're actually not beyond the speed of light. It's just you re-engineered the speed of light. So, I mean, those are areas that are worth chasing if you can figure out engineering ways of getting from here to there. So those are like ideas on the table, but we haven't done any work in the lab on that.
We haven't done any work on the lab on that? Hal Puthoff. I thought he was a good liar. I actually thought he's like, if you could just think of some ways to change the permittivity of space-time, then you could increase the speed of light. And that would change the equations, and that would change Einstein's equations to a point where we could make a warp drive or a wormhole. That's the subtext of what Hal just said. We've not done any work on that. What do you mean? Ken Shoulders, your buddy. Wait, like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because I feel like your buddy Ken Shoulders wrote this paper called Permittivity Transitions. Permittivity Transitions, where the whole point is that you can change the permittivity of the vacuum with plasma. Plasma literally does this. Ken Shoulders, Hal Puthoff's partner, and this wasn't like in 2020 or something. This was in 1989 or 1990. Ken Shoulders writes this paper, Permittivity Transitions. So, of course, how can Hal Puthoff claim he doesn't know how to change the permittivity? He's never done any experiments on the permittivity, changing the permittivity of free space. Plasma is all about it. What? Caught in a lie right here. Caught heavily in a lie. I actually laughed out loud when I listened to this last night. I was laughing out loud when I got to this part, and I went, holy shit. This is the first time I 100% know Hal Puthoff is lying. He's gatekeeping right here. I'm going to play it one more time because it's actually just crazy.
You re-engineered the speed of light. So, I mean, those are areas that are
right
worth chasing if you can figure out engineering ways of getting from here to there. So those are like ideas on the table, but we haven't done any work in the lab on that.
I might add to this. We gave a presentation at the American Nuclear Society's meeting on basically emerging prospects for space and technology, looking at a very high ISP, just doing this, quote, conventionally, but using a deuterium lithium fusion reaction, you produce 2 alphas that are going out at about 6 million electron volts. And what you end up with is an ISP, which is essentially comparing the efficiency of your thrust going out to the gravity of Earth, 9 centimeters per second squared. And what that turns into is an ISP of 10 million. Conventional rockets have an ISP of about 400. And if you've got a nuclear rocket, it's about 900. And if you've got an ion drive, you can get up to about 1,000 to 20,000. So if you can get an ISP of 10 million.
Okay, I'm going to save us some time. They're talking about this ISP, and you're probably like, what is ISP, Ashton? I actually know all about this. I actually don't know how I know so much fucking shit now from learning and drinking all night and just learning physics. But what they're talking about is the efficiency of the energy per thrust. So in outer space, since we have a tank filled with fuel, it's actually all about the efficiency. How much thrust can you get out of every little bit of fuel? And what he's about to say here is that with stuff like cold fusion and like EM drive, even though it's a tiny amount of thrust, the efficiency is magnitudes higher than any Elon Musk SpaceX rocket bullshit. Magnitudes higher, despite the fact that the total amount of thrust is much magnitudes lower. It's basically playing with the math. Now, I hope that you understood what I just said because it's vitally important. What I just said totally made SpaceX obsolete. Rockets are caveman technology, even if you don't believe in wormholes. We don't even need wormholes. Star Trek Impulse Drive, the shittiest version of this technology, is better than SpaceX rockets by orders of magnitude. You know what? I got to go full screen and say it again. The shittiest version of 0-point energy is EM drive. That's the shittiest version. That's like just for straight up noobs. Like you got training wheels, you got to have all the cheat codes on in Minecraft. That's EM drive. That shittiest version of 0-point energy is magnitudes better than SpaceX Elon Musk rockets. Magnitudes better. When you get into outer space, the math changes entirely compared to trying to get from the surface of the Earth to outer space. Completely different things, because the distances in outer space are so much further. Even a small amount of acceleration goes a super long way in zero gravity. There we go.
And you can do this for a long period of time.
There are two physicists, perhaps I should call them physicists / engineers.
Here we go.
One Russian, one Italian. The Russian's name is Podkletnov.
Podkletnov.
The Italian is Giovanni Modanese.
Giovanni Modanese.
They published a paper in which they, and it's a very controversial paper. I will preface this with that caution. They took a Mark generator, a Podkletnov Mark generator, which I think could generate up to a few million volts. They discharged it into a cylindrical hockey puck made of a very high quality, high temperature superconductor, better known as YBCO, yttrium, barium, copper oxide. And they claim that produced a gravity pulse. So we are not talking about a traditional Hertzian transverse electromagnetic wave. This, they believe, is a different type of wave. They bought themselves a pair of, I believe, rubidium quarks, separated them by a couple of kilometers, and did an experiment on a couple of mountaintops separated by a few kilometers. The pulse propagated, was picked up at the receiving end, which consisted of an accelerometer.
Okay, long story short, right now he's saying that Podkletnov, Modanese, they had figured out anti-gravity. We already knew that. Ning Li, blah, blah, blah. A lot of these concepts, these things were things that were done in the 90s, like 30 years ago. To be talking about this stuff like it's revolutionary, what they're doing is they're trying to explain to the people listening, these are the scientific concepts that led us to this black project technology that we're at now 30 years later. Imagine 30 years of progress after figuring out that we can definitely manipulate gravity with superconductors. And to Bob Greener's point right here, what if then people figured that out, that 90s experiment with Podkletnov, what if people figured that out 40 years ago? And the public didn't realize it. We could have technology that's incredible. This is why I say to Bob, actually, even with Bob's sighting when he was a kid in, I think, the 70s, that could still be human technology easily. Honestly, anything, I'm even thinking the Foo Fighters could be human technology based on Nazi experiments. Because this science about plasmas is not dependent upon some hyper advanced material science. It's not. You need to understand that space is not empty. And there's no level of technological requirement to understand that. So even in the 1920s, I think we could have understood the Foo Fighters. By the way, Bob Greener's dad is an alien. Just pointing that out there. He's getting very defensive about it, so obviously it must be true. Put in the chat if you think that Bob Greener's dad is a Nordic or a reptilian or a Eben, or I don't know what the last ones are. Make up your own for the last one.
And they calculated their propagation velocity as the 64C. Now, that is, as I say, a very highly controversial paper, but we are starting to see some things like that appear in the technical record literature.
It's really useful to hear, Liz. So I guess as part of, there's the people in this group, and like you said, it's a broader group of people, and there's been the opportunity to interact with hundreds of leaders across government and industry in the broader group as well. But much of that group is kind of the mind full speed ahead. So whatever is attainable, let's go get it. Let's develop this. Let's use it for the highest uses possible, and for advantage, abundance, security, etc. So what is missing, right? So if we were to say, so obviously everybody had, as individuals, we all have bandwidth issues. So,
Okay, I can't deal
so
with
if
this
we were
woman.
to say the video that people are thinking, oh, like, you need to increase your surface.
She thinks she's like Joe Rogan, but her takes are just like, you could have got to the point, lady, in like 15 seconds. Somehow it took you like 2.5 minutes to make your tiny little point. We're just drinking water over here.
This area if you want to see things happen quickly. So there's a big difference between one really smart person trying something, limited resources,
How is she still
versus
talking?
robust community that's being underutilized. At the end of the day, it's the amount of time and the amount of that it's not to say that any gun, or you can go these percentage of those models.
Because doing diagnostics.
We speak about these different innovation models and the resources required.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you because I already know what happens. I have a whole list of notes over here. Basically, at that whole 5-minute speech she just did was basically to ask people, why is it that people don't believe this is real? And what can we do to help promote the science? Literally, it took me 10 seconds to say that, not even 5 seconds. That's all she had to say. And they all go silent. They all go silent. None of them have a response. It's the weirdest part of this whole podcast. And this podcast is about 0-point energy and technology that's basically magical. And it goes silent. None of them have any idea of how to like actually reveal this to the public. This exact moment is when I realized, holy shit, what we're doing right now with the like 600 or 700 people listening to this is more than any of these people have done to try to promote this to the world. None of them have ever tried to like, just go against the grain, tell the truth, explain to the world how, because it's hard. There's a lot of peer pressure and stigma. Being a social media influencer that brings attention to this technology and this science, in some ways you could argue it's more important than figuring it out. That's how crazy of a situation we're in right now. That's how it's been suppressed. And instead, Hal Puthoff in a second, I believe, says, oh, we should go do like speeches at universities. That's what Hal Puthoff says. And I kind of laugh and I'm like, this shows that Hal Puthoff is like almost 90 years old. Hal Puthoff thinks, oh, we should just go to the universities and like give speeches at universities. That'll wake people up. And I just sit here and laugh and I'm like, bro, academia is donezo. The only way to wake people up is social media, TikTok videos, memes. Shout out to ZPE Disclosure, also known as ZP Jalapeno or whatever your name is. Great memes. Memes are better way of revealing this information than going and speaking at universities. Yes, you heard me correctly. Memes are the way of doing this. And what I'm doing with you guys right now, I'm making it more entertaining for you because otherwise science is boring as shit. It's boring as shit.
So does anybody want to speak up and share their thoughts?
Well, I'd like to add something to that in support of it, because doing diagnostics, following around UAPs, fear, is he had not anything else. Product at this time.
To what Larry just said. And if we have the ability to build teams could be found. Equipment, yes. Ideas.
I skipped past a good point as well, where I don't know if it was Larry or Lou or whoever said it, but somebody said that lasers were thought to be impossible. Lasers were thought to be impossible. And it was because of the population inversion. They used to say that lasers would defy the laws of thermodynamics until we experimentally saw some proof that they did not. Guys, there's so many things where people would just say, like, this violates the laws of thermodynamics. Solar power and wind power, people used to say, would violate the laws of thermodynamics. Yeah, you can collect the energy, but it would always take more energy to turn it into useful energy than you gained. And we realized, no, that's not true. It's crazy how wrong about the laws of thermodynamics people have been.
So many of us can weigh in on, including Richard as well, is beta-fied add in percentage, so we're not going to graze, it's well over 50% of people. So this technologies, and I'm grateful for their physicists. A Stigma there in the corner recently, which
about in the chat group won't
for many years.
Here we go.
Well, certainly on the internet, there are chat groups and what people with who are willing to talk about these kinds of ideas with
Chat
the agreement
groups
that
on the
whatever's
internet, what
talked
is this,
about in the
AOL?
chat group won't leave the chat group. And so I'm involved in a couple of those, and I'm sure other people here are as
What? What did Hal Puthoff just say? He's involved in some chat groups where they got to be afraid that nobody's going to release the information. Let's just rewind 30 seconds.
Conversations in these broad groups. And some of you have been doing it recently, which is important. And some of you have been doing this for many years.
well, certainly on the internet, there are chat groups and what people with who are willing to talk about these kinds of ideas with the agreement that whatever's talked about in the chat group won't leave the chat group. And so I'm involved in a couple of those, and I'm sure other people here are as well. So that's something to encourage.
It's definitely,
bro, that is by far. Please clip that. Please, somebody clip that part of that interview. I'm involved in chat groups. Hal Puthoff, like 89 years old or something like that, just randomly in a podcast says he's in some secret chat groups. Is it normal to just be in like random secret chat groups about 0 point energy? I don't think that it is. That's a pretty bold claim to make. There are actually just chat groups. Are these guys just talking on Signal or like Telegram? Guys, you know how many chat groups I'm in? Zero chat groups. I didn't realize this was a common thing. There's secret physics chat groups where they just talk about free energy and gravity manipulation and shit. What do I got to do to sign up for that? Do I have to fill out a form, or can I just get an invite on that? I just got to say that I won't say anything that's in the chat group? Okay, I won't say anything. I just want to know about the secret physics. Like, what do I got to do to know about the secret physics chat?
Certainly sounds like something to encourage. And then there's kind of this, so it's a blended environment. It's normal in technology, any field of technology, that there are going to be things that you keep to yourself until even outside technology, some would say we still don't know what's in Coca-Cola, right? How do you make Coca-Cola, right?
Okay, I can't with this lady. Some would say we don't even know what's in Coca-Cola. Well, is she arguing like for that there's secret technology we don't know about that's in chat groups? How is this a good idea? How about we just tell the world that free energy exists and that cold fusion was covered up? Why don't we just do that? Let's just do that instead of hiding information in AOL chat groups or whatever this is. Man, honestly, no offense to this lady. Seems like a nice woman. This is what we're dealing with, chat. She's like high up. Maybe she's head of the National Science Foundation or whatever the hell it is. Man, no wonder government's so screwed. My God.
Just drink Billy Wicketers, sponsored by Lou.
Well, I think I pretty much have said my viewpoints.
Oh, this is Lou DeShario. Okay, so this guy, the guy that's kind of like voice thing
on this. One other area that might be worth pursuing, for example, would be if there were a traveling individual or a group of individuals who would go from university to university to give talks on thinking out of the box and then giving examples. In other words, to make it seem safer to people who are just getting started in technical areas, that it's okay to push toward the edges.
Okay, man.
Because
hey, man, it's okay to look into gravity. It's okay. Chat, it's okay to believe in free energy. I'm not sure that Hal Puthoff can build the orbs anymore, chat. I got to go full screen for this. Chat, after listening to Hal Puthoff say that we should go university to university to tell people that it's okay, I'm not sure he built the orbs anymore. Now maybe like, I don't know, Eric Davis made the orbs or like somebody else, but definitely not Hal Puthoff. Honestly, definitely shows his age. Definitely shows his age on that one. Anybody under the age of like 50 is going to be like, hey, maybe we should make social media and promote our ideas on social media. Hal Puthoff's like, nah, let's go to universities and teach people to like think outside the box. And then it's like going to be okay if you believe in gravity. I love you, Hal.
Any universities, you don't
Love
get
you,
that.
Luke.
It's very
My boy.
conservative. So I can imagine that could be a real contribution to kind of moving things along.
Okay,
I use the battery example because it has more, whether it's something that you have like in your phone, advanced energy or any of these fields, that's kind of more.
Ahead is the reaction of the power structure of the time to Giordano Bruno back to some many hundreds of years. And he was actually burned at the stake for making proposals that went counter to the prevailing logic at the time. Fortunately, I think we have improved at least somewhat in that the burning at the stake occurs only verbally in selection committees and this sort of thing. Nevertheless, though, it remains true that novel ideas often must go through a very rocky path.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. We already know there's a huge amount of suppression. Basically, these guys are saying, look, this is why I was too much of a coward to tell the truth about all the stuff that I really know. Is that I would get a lot of criticism from the academic community. Oh, no. Oh, no. The academic community is going to think that I'm crazy. Oh, no. How about you be a man and you step up and you go, oh, yeah, warp drive is real. Wormholes are real. Free energy is real. And you know what? Anyone who says differently, fuck you. Turns out, I don't care. In 100 years, people are going to look back at this and they're going to go, that guy was right. How was he right? Oh, it was really simple. I saw a plane get fucking disappeared out of space-time. Just like that. A plane that's never been found. Not even 10 years later. Never found it. That was it. That was all it took. Just be bold, man. I hate these cowards.
Before they can
now you
here. So for instance, I often term everybody's they checks right on a to be on
enormous technologies of use to the planet. So
here we go.
At the start, national security be that it's
evolutionary versus we're going to take on things that are several orders of magnitude beyond what has been acknowledged to be achieved and controlled. So how do we bridge that gap?
It might be that the introduction of UAP is a way to force it, because once you acknowledge that UAP exists, regardless of whether they're from out of town or not, you have at the start national security issues. But you then, as Lou has been pointing out, there's a lot of issues here that if we can resolve these, as Chance and Hal point to, that these are enormous technologies of use to the planet. So if you get someone scared that either A, it's a national security issue, or B, I'm an investor in one area, and if this impacts me, I ought to be looking at it real closely. This may be a way to bridge that gap between what they feel and what they're willing to do.
Larry, to that point, and I see both MK and Rima, so I want to also make space for them. But this point about who...
Yeah, when they're making little jokes about maybe they're from out of town, or maybe it's us. It's like, yeah, it's us, and you know it's us, and you know we have this technology. Like, I hate that they get all cute with the alien stuff. If you know the aliens are here, just tell me about it. Is it sectoid? Is it reptilian? Is it squid, jellyfish aliens, or whatever the shit? Stop beating around the bush. These people are not under NDAs because they know about aliens. I'm 100% sure none of the people talking right now have any NDAs that say you can't talk about the gray aliens. You think the government's worried that Hal Puthoff's going to start talking about the mantis people? No. The government wants Hal Puthoff to start talking about the mantis people. Guys, I don't know if I can keep going. Do you guys the alien people, like, respect? Aliens are real. They're out there somewhere. But you got to understand how crazy you sound when you start talking about the reptilians and the mantis people. Like, please, man. 95% of people out there, when you start talking about the mantis and the reptilian people, they're going to think that you are just completely off the rocker. Like, completely off the rocker. The government and the defense contractors are not afraid of their engineers talking about the mantis people. Not even a little bit. They don't need an NDA to cover that. If you do that, you discredited yourself entirely, and no one's going to believe any of the science and the physics that you say. Okay. So, point being, this is all about the technology. It's all about the technology.
Who holds it and who's active, right? So we just see.
So they're about to talk about special access programs a little bit. I think a little bit.
There's a inter had over 100 showed up on. They have different with her inside an ecosystem
and on new technology and the federal government. That's been the bulk of the mixed people, and then back end.
We had invited kind of right fields, the advanced Department of DARPA, and we should also
who have been able to bring together an ecosystem, the benefits that they were looking for, but it was additional kind of our way back. And I think the UAP principles of the way we need to expand.
Just propulsion technology.
And one of the things that came out of there, some of the NGOs that were trying to reverse engineer advanced technologies that pinged us to look at some of the stuff they had. And that got me really curious because this stuff was definitely way more advanced than we actually have. So one of the things that ended up is I ended up getting pulled into classified programs. And there, one of the things I wanted to look at was to see if the U.S. government actually was using these technologies. And it turned out that my conclusion was the U.S. government was not.
I don't believe a single damn word this guy is saying. I don't believe a single word this guy is saying. I looked into it, guys. U.S. government's not using these technologies. How in the hell could you know that? Why don't you tell us the specifics of exactly the work that you did that determined that the U.S. government doesn't have these technologies? We're listening to a podcast that has people from the DOE and from NASA talking about science that the world does not think exists. And these people have patents. They have experiments with proof of cold fusion. And this guy's saying we can't have figured this out? What are you talking about? You have to believe that literally the only science that exists is what's available publicly. That would be the only way that that guy's statement can make any sense. And it's objectively not true. I know for a 100% fact, and I think this is just public knowledge, that there are networks that have scientific papers that have been classified from the public that can only be read on an air-gapped secure network. They're not available to the public.
So from there, I ended up working in a number of different companies. I had a project with DARPA for a while. And what we were trying to do is some of the things we observed that you could have longitudinal forces inside of composite conductors. And these composite conductors weren't actually conductors. They were something in between a conductor and an insulator. And they were usually a very complex structure. And some of the things that we explored was if we had very small particles that were very closely spaced and we had accelerated charge that would go from particle to particle, we could generate an external force or a very large force.
Bro, is he talking about the high energy electromagnetic field generator right now? What he's saying right now sounds exactly like what Salvatore Pais has been telling us. accelerated vibration, accelerated spin. Well, let's just listen to that again. Like, if you guys are not familiar with my conversations with Salvatore Pais, check it out. What this guy's saying right here, like, I can just tell he knows way more. He knows way more than what he's saying. Did not get, if there's some kind of training course you have to pass in order to like lie to the public, this guy got like a D.
And that is some of the things we observed, that you could have longitudinal forces inside of composite conductors. And these composite conductors weren't actually conductors. They were something in between a conductor and an insulator, and they were usually a very complex structure. And some of the things that we explored was, if we had very small particles that were very closely spaced, and we had accelerated charge that would go from particle to particle, we could generate an external force, or a very large force. And that was like real similar to what NCAR is working on. He's seeing the same effect when they accelerate charges a very short distance. They can generate an external force. Our application that we pitched to the NSF, that we worked with HANA, was that we could probably use these forces for propulsion. And in our case, we're not using a large capacitor disk. We are using very small nanoparticles, and then we have the charges accelerate inside the particles and then tunnel to the next particle. And then we're under phase 2 right now. Now, some of these other materials that we looked at, some of the other strange properties that they have is real similar to what Hal's doing. It's, you could have some of these materials that were built similarly, and you had them set up, instead of being a long, thin antenna, you could put them into a cylinder. So all of a sudden now, for the ends of the antenna, now you have a significant amount of area. And in electromagnetics, what they do is they have something called the gauges. And in electromagnetics, what they say is there's no radiation coming out of the ends of an antenna. So in our case, we're pretty sure, because some of the experiments that we had done in some of the places I'd been, I'd actually seen what we call electroscalar radiation, which is similar to what Hal's working on. Hal is working on a type of radiation that has no fields. But in our case, we're pretty sure that what comes out of the ends of an antenna, instead of being absolutely nothing or just being potentials, if you were to have an antenna of the right length, you could actually see an electric field associated with these potentials. So at that point, instead of using an electromagnetic squid to detect these potentials, now you could probably follow this.
Secret word of the day, chat. Everybody drink. Squid. Squid is the word of the day, chat. Just in case you didn't hear what I just said, squid is the word of the day.
One potential. If you were to have an antenna of the right length, you could actually see an electric field associated with these potentials. So at that point, instead of using an electromagnetic squid to detect these potentials, now you could probably follow this one potential using an electric field meter. And that came out of work that some of the stuff that we observed when I was working with these NGOs.
So what he just said there is, you don't need to use a squid. You can actually track these scalar potentials by tracking the electromagnetic wave that comes along with them. Let me say that one more time. This is actually a big revelation. There might be another way to track the scalar potentials using conventional electromagnetic detectors, because he's saying that when you create this antenna, you get a scalar, a gravity potential, and a normal electromagnetic potential. So imagine I've got my wave and I've got this thing tracking along with it, right? He's saying you can track the scalar potential by tracking the electromagnetic potential. Wow. Pretty incredible. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, please hit like. Thank you very much. This is important information. I mean, I'm literally teaching you guys EM drive, faster than light communication, gravity wave manipulation, and I think we get into some wormhole stuff here.
Is near some of these craft, electronics would always shut down. And some of the measurements we had done, it indicated there was an electric field associated with these types of radiation. And that's where my work has basically gone to today. We've talked to the Air Force, and we think we could probably replicate these type of effects. And some of the things that comes out of this is that we really do have some kind of radiation coming out of the ends of an antenna, which would be a longitudinal radiation. And having an electric field and an oscillator.
Whenever you hear longitudinal, they're talking about an electromagnetic wave through the ether. Through the ether. a sound wave. When they say longitudinal wave, you need to have a medium. They're saying that the ether exists. It's crazy that they're speaking openly like this. If you were to talk to mainstream physicists, Neil deGrasse Tyson would not be able to have any input on this conversation. If you had Neil deGrasse Tyson or Bill Nye the Science Guy in this podcast, they would have no idea what the fuck is being talked about. No idea whatsoever.
Scalar, I think we could probably replicate these type of effects. And some of the things that comes out of this is that we really do have some kind of radiation coming out of the ends of an antenna, which would be a longitudinal radiation. And having an electric field and an oscillating scalar potential also implies there might be another field out there that we can't measure right now. And one of the things that the Air Force has wanted us to do was to see if we could try to measure this other field. And this other field is kind of similar to what Chance is observing with some of his effects. We assume that this field will do things like put a pressure on something, or like take some other device that's measuring, say, a diffraction pattern and be able to move it a little bit.
Okay, this guy is the worst liar. Absolute worst liar. He's like, this other field, he's talking about the ether. This other field might be able to exert a pressure. He's talking about gravity. He knows all of this. 100% he knows it. I can tell just from the inflection in his voice that he knows all of this. This other field, some people might call it the ether, can cause a pressure. Guys, pressure. Oh, you mean like how 0-point fluctuations are the explanation for gravity? The pressure he's talking about is gravity.
So a lot of our research is really confirming what everybody else seems to be working on here. And for the NSF, our real objective is to be able to take these new metamaterials and try to generate an external force. And internally right now, when we are able to apply a DC current to these materials and we're observing these accelerated charges in these nanocomponents, we can see pretty large forces inside these materials. We're using relatively low currents. And a lot of these materials have somewhat of a high impedance, so they do take high voltages. So this is really where a lot of our work's been going on. Oh, and then some of the things with Larry, some of the places I've been, there are organizations, these NGOs did get a lot of that data that you were looking for.
Is this
But when I looked at the data, I didn't see anything like a nitrogen. So the ones that I worked with were trying to figure out how these rather large craft, which people call triangles.
Who is this, chat? Who knows who's speaking right now? Is this Lou DiCario? If this is Lou DiCario, or however you say his last name, no disrespect, sir. I just don't know how to say your name. I'm terrible at it. I need to talk to this guy. I'm sending him an email tonight after this. I think that's Lou DiCario. It's Lou, right? Yeah, no, this guy 100% knows. I can just tell from the lies that this guy and the obfuscation this guy's pushing that he knows. I'm getting the same feeling right now that I was getting when I saw Dave Rossi. I could just tell the guy knew right away.
Would be able to disappear on a dime. So when we were set up looking at these triangles, when they decloaked and they recloaked, we didn't see anything like that. What we really saw was it appeared to be that these triangles were taking whatever was, an example would be whatever was behind them and actually projecting it in front of them, which might be equivalent to taking their light rays and bending it around the actual triangle. And so our conclusion, they were doing something along those lines. They were probably doing it with a lot less energy. But some of the conditions we observed them on was a lot of times where they were observing behind them would be a little different than what we would be observing. So what they would do is we would assume would be projecting what's behind them in front of them, but it really wouldn't be quite what we would be seeing. And then we had an idea that we could probably track these triangles because their cloak or whatever they're using to bend the light around them was never going to be exactly the same.
Wow.
So some of that work that I was doing with NGOs.
Bro, who is this? Who is this talking right now? How is he just saying this right now? Guys, am I tripping right now? I'm pretty sure I just heard this guy say that he's been tracking UFOs with either some NGOs or the military, and the UFOs have cloaking capabilities, but their cloaking capabilities aren't perfect, and they can track the errors in the cloaking capabilities. That's what he just said. And he said they were triangles. So they've got some triangles coming down. They're able to go invisible, and we can actually track the visual optical. There's like something isn't quite right. Like they don't quite bend the light around them perfectly. And he's saying that we were like, hey, we can figure out how to detect that.
Was really exciting. But one of the other things that comes out of this is these individuals or whoever this group is that has this advanced technology
no radar
probably does not want us to reverse engineer what they're working on. So
Wait,
they're
what?
probably using their methods or their tech. But one of the other things that comes out of this is these individuals or whoever this group is that has this advanced technology probably does not want us to reverse engineer what they're working on.
What? I'm actually scared. When I heard that for the first time, he says, whoever has this technology, whatever group has this technology, they probably don't want us reverse engineering it. Bro, does that not freak you guys out? That freaks me out. Because I think Lockheed Martin has this technology. That is the weirdest statement to make. If he thought it was aliens, he wouldn't say something like that. Why would aliens even know what reverse engineering is? That seems like a situation where it's like, somebody has advanced technology on this earth, and you're going, I don't want to mess with the mob, the technology mob. I don't want to mess with this technology mob because they'll have me killed. That's what that sounds like to me. Wow.
So they're probably using their methods or their technologies to try to keep us from doing things like reverse engineering or exploring how they work, just because of the fact that gives them an advantage over us. So a lot of my work really comes out of the work I do with NGOs. And I think we are on the cusp of actually developing new technologies, because I think we're all here on this group. We're all working all on kind of in the same direction, where I think within 5 or 10 years, a couple of us, or hopefully us, will have new technologies out here that'll change the world. And I think propulsion is one of them.
I agree 100%. These guys aren't speaking from a position of speculation. These guys know. That was an oddly specific comment to make. When I say somebody on this earth has technology 1,000 years more advanced than we're at, that was what I was thinking of, because I listened to this yesterday. God, that was scary, because he's right. He's right. If somebody has this technology, they don't want anybody else to catch up. You guys ask me, people ask me all the time, why did they teleport MH370? Because they don't want anybody else to have this technology. Why do you guys think that I'm so on point about it being the United States government or connected to the United States government? Well, U.S. military spy satellite assets are filming the plane, and we're watching it disappear. So we're either affiliated with the people that are doing that, or it's us doing it directly. There's really no in between. And I don't think we're in the cahoots with the aliens, although it could be. I just don't think that. I think it's Lockheed Martin is fucking doing this because Lockheed Martin doesn't want China to figure it out. Who knows? Or maybe it's Freescale Semiconductors. Maybe somebody else owns Freescale Semiconductors and they're like, teleport my plane away. These guys are defecting from my company and we're not going to allow that to happen. I don't know.
I think we're really on the cusp of actually being able to develop propulsion.
Richard, so many exciting things that you bring up, and just you bring technology.
They're going to be rich.
It's different from it out. Like as an individual, as range of
materials,
those can discuss with people. But is there anything?
Looking at some of these materials, is they were smart materials. Like one of the things is when these materials, you'd be looking at them and you're trying to reverse engineer them, that they would turn to dust, and they would do it within a minute or two. And then so you could take the dust and then set it off and get the isotopic analysis done on them. And they were extraterrestrial. But these materials, I mean, we're looking at something.
Did he just randomly drop they were extraterrestrial? Like, who is this guy? This guy's going full Bob Lazar in the middle of this podcast right now. He's like, oh, we did some tests on these materials. And by the way, they were extraterrestrial and they just turned to dust. I'm like, bro, what? What does that mean? How is that happening? Let's go back 15 seconds.
It would turn to dust. And they would do it within a minute or two. And then so you could take the dust and then set it off and get the isotopic analysis done on them. And they were extraterrestrial. But these materials, I mean, we're looking at something that's hundreds of years ahead of us. When you look under a microscope or an electron microscope, you're looking at something that's composed of very small particles that seem to be communicating with one another. So those are the things that I've been involved in that we can talk about. But, I think that's one of the reasons why
we can talk about that. So the people that think that aliens are being covered up and that aliens are a national security issue, that guy right there just told us that we got some alien metamaterials. Just literally was like, yeah, by the way, some metamaterials were turning to dust. And by the way, it's extraterrestrial, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, extraterrestrials are not a national security issue because this dude is just speaking about them openly. And in the same sentence, he said that he can't talk about certain stuff, which means he can talk about aliens. Once again, there is no NDAs that prevents you from talking about aliens. Sorry to break it to you. There's no NDAs that are like, bro, you can't talk about the Dracos. They don't give a shit.
Extraterrestrial materials are not really available to most people is because most of them
guys, extraterrestrial materials are not really available to most people. You don't say, brah. You don't say. I got to listen to that again.
Are set to that I've been involved in that we can talk about. But, I think that's one of the reasons why extraterrestrial materials are not really available to most people is because most of them are set to disintegrate if they get in the wrong hand.
That's really interesting what you shared. So the smart materials that then turn to dust within a minute or two. I've heard from a number of people who've spoken to how material is terrestrial versus extraterrestrial. I've heard people share a variety of ways that you can tell that. But Richard, are you able to speak to how it was extraterrestrial versus terrestrial origin?
Please.
No, well, it's the isotopic analysis of the dust that's left behind tells you it's extraterrestrial, at least where it was manufactured. But so we're looking at materials that can reconfigure themselves. So they are composed of small subunits. So the type of things I looked at were something as small as a sliver of metal that would reconfigure itself depending on where it was. It would cloak itself and it would try to blend into the environment. So the ones that this one NGO used to get a hold of were the ones that were technically broken. I guess the ones that didn't really function very well. So then you could collect them every once in a while and then try to analyze them. You could do things like split them apart, and they would attempt to find each other or reconfigure. Some of the experiments they did was we took one of those and we put it on a very hot surface of about 3,000 degrees. And what it would do is it cooled the surface around itself. And then when we took the device off and then waited again, we would find that the mass would be reduced by a certain amount.
Okay, right there. I'm calling bullshit. And if he's not bullshit, then what that guy just said right there, he's like, there's a metamaterial and you put it somewhere and it gets colder there. It gets colder. And that would happen because it's pulling energy out of the vacuum just all the time. That's a pretty bold claim. That's like saying we've got a permanent Casimir effect happening on this metamaterial. He's just casually dropping this. If this is true, this is like beyond incredible.
We took one of those and we put it on a very hot surface of about 3,000 degrees. And what it would do is it cooled the surface around itself. And then when we took the device off and then waited again, we would find that the mass would be reduced by a certain amount.
So it's pulling energy from the environment and its mass is reduced. To be honest with you, it doesn't seem that far off from free energy device. The chemistry of that chemical composition definitely would be beyond us, though. That's a pretty incredible claim. I would say, okay, what is the chemical composition of that metamaterial? because we should be able to reproduce that, right? Like that is a magical property. I'm not ruling it out. What I'm basically saying is like, that's an incredible claim to make. If that's true, that's like a free energy device in a metamaterial.
So these are really curious types of materials. So that's how we could kind of tell they were extraterrestrial, because
It's curious. It's a little more than curious, bro. You're telling me you put a metal into a hot cauldron and it cooled it down. That's what you just told me. It's a little more than incredible. It's kind of like revolutionary, like change all of civilization. If we have something like that and you can film it, just release the video. I have got a video of a free energy device cooling down. It's one of the most incredible videos ever. Just show us that video. Record it in thermal. Well, we don't get access to... Not everybody has access to alien metamaterials.
because these things weren't like decades ahead of us. They were probably hundreds of years ahead of us.
Yeah, we found that they were layered alloys at the micron levels, and none of our technologists, even in the big aerospace corporations, could make these layers bond together. So just by their physical construction, we could tell it was way beyond anything that have been manufactured in our ordinary technology here on Earth.
Yeah, that's what I saw too. You were looking at the outside of a craft or materials that came from a crashed spacecraft or something?
Yes.
Yeah, so we were looking at very little things. They seem to deposit all over the world. We weren't estimating there's probably trillions of these things that are deposited, and they have all sorts of functions, which really kind of implies that maybe this group is actually manipulating our species. But you can still acquire those. You know where to look for them. You can find. We know how to find them.
Right. If this guy's not bullshitting, then, well, I guess we're slaves. I guess we're in a prison planet. The only way this would make sense, and it kind of, in a scary way, it kind of does make sense, is there's a breakaway civilization of human beings that we would not recognize as being aliens, that are basically manipulating our evolution and have framed society in a very specific way in which they can control from the shadows. And whenever they want, they can break out. They're extremely advanced technology, hundreds or thousands of years more advanced than we are publicly currently at. And that our government and our private military contractors are occasionally detecting them and have been trying to reverse engineer their technology for our own gain. I would call it the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis. Oh, turns out Hal Puthoff has a paper literally called exactly that.
Well, if you find a hatful, why don't you send them our way and we'll take a look at them.
Yeah, that's it. So the group I used to work with, I don't talk with anymore because they got upset at me for talking. So, but I have an idea where someone could get them.
Guys, which guy? I need to know for sure. Is that Lou? Is that Lou? Which guy is this, chat? Please. We need to know for sure right now. Is that Chance or Lou? It's got to be Lou, right? Talking right there. I think it's Lou. It's not Larry, I don't think, right? That doesn't sound like Larry. Who is that? Gold star for whoever in the chat figures out what that voice is. I'm pretty sure it's Lou DeShario. Is it Richard? Oh, that one's Richard? That one's Richard. Okay, got it. From Field Propulsion. Thank you. I can't tell the difference between all these people's voices. I've never heard them before.
Sounds like we've got Hal. It sounds like we've got some sources in the chat. So I think we got a number. I don't want to call out the person who's telling us.
Okay, that's not Lou. That was Richard. Okay, we've got to figure it out, chat. That was Richard.
Sourcing, but I think we do have. I guess what you're saying, Richard, is they are.
Okay, there we go.
They're ubiquitous, right? And so there's.
Okay, this guy might be full of shit. I don't know, but if those claims are real, that's pretty incredible claims to be making on a podcast sponsored by NASA.
Variety of sources in terms of where to get these.
Yeah. We were assuming that they're everywhere, right? Even the ones that would work, we would never be able to find because they would cloak themselves or reconfigure themselves to be something, but not all of them are functional, right?
Oh, as Diane is saying in the chat, there's a nice list of experiments and potential collaboration. So I think one of the things so for the listeners, we appreciate your participation with us and your patience as we bring together all these hundreds of years beyond a lot of things that have had innovation. Right? Hopefully, pull people together on a Zoom. That's not something we'll. And reverse engineering.
I gotta see, and they're more intelligent materials. Like these subunits probably had computational functionality, right? Because they knew what their neighbors were all about, and they knew they could reprogram themselves to be something different, right? If they needed to change themselves.
Thank you. And then the other question that MK had, so it's like, MK, you have us asking all your tough questions for you. You're saying, have we created a decloaking device, which is coming out soon? And I know we've had others speak to the research in cloaking, but does anybody know the shareable state of the art with cloaking? I know that's an active area.
Yeah. The key word is cloaking at what frequency? In other words, there is one set of technologies that will cloak a vessel at radar frequencies. There is a whole different set of technologies required to cloak something at optical frequencies.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead past this. Basically, what he's saying here is you can either cloak something for radar or you cloak it for optical. We were just talking about this a few seconds ago, that maybe we found a way where we can detect something that cloaks itself optically, invisibility, but that does not cloak it from radar capabilities. There you go. I just saved you guys like 10 minutes. We're skipping ahead.
You have to be fun. We have the majors ultra efficient, or whether it's more efficient, different forces that maybe
in. You can feel the water.
Okay, here we go.
It's okay if you don't have
get
it.
ready, chat.
Did you want me to address it?
Yeah,
0
please,
point
Larry.
energy time.
Oh, yeah. Okay. The way I begin this is by essentially thinking you're sitting next to a fast flowing stream. You can dip your fingers in, you can feel the water moving, but there's clearly energy associated with it. You can't harness it until you invent a paddle wheel. And so there's what's called 0 point energy, which gets a lot of poo-pah, except that the Lamb shift, which describes energy in electron shells of hydrogen, is in fact attributed to 0 point energy. Another one is known as the Casimir force, which is if you take two metal plates and put them very close together, the closer they are, the energy pushing them towards each other goes up by the distance to the fourth power. Now, this is kind of self-limiting because at some point, the radiation around them and in them can just go right through the plates. But what's important is these are two sources of energy that various people, including Sonny White on Casimir and Charles Chase over at Unlab, are trying to tap into and build devices that can do it. Sonny is looking at generating electrical power from this that would just run forever. It's a forever battery tapping into the 0 point energy of wherever the device happens to sit. Charles, on the other hand, is looking at this as a means to provide propellantless propulsion. And it may even be that some of these apply to some of the other devices that Richard and Chase have talked about. But the real point is there is now effects that we recognize as real, that we are now getting to the point of moving from science to technology. Now, whether we can scale it, that's always the question.
Well, just to add.
So, I mean, if you needed to hear more, there was Larry Forsley just saying all the same things that I've been screaming for a year. And I'm not saying I invented this or discovered it. In fact, I learned it from these guys before I even knew who they were. Simple as that. Charles O'Media. Some sources say Chinese scientists are going to announce something on Friday for all of humanity. I have not come across anything around it. And if it's related to this kind of technology, the Western media and the United States government will censor it. They will debunk it as fake. I actually am excited. I'm excited for the next time where an LK99 or something like that pops up and the dumb academic Western media tries to debunk it. I'm going to get millions of views off of that. I'm going to go wild with that and attack anybody that tries to claim that the EM drive doesn't really work, because that'll probably be the first thing that happens. There'll be an announcement of one of these EM drives that actually works and was tested in outer space, and they're going to start to attack it. It's pseudoscience. That's not possible. It must be weather balloons from Venus or jetpackers or people on jetpacks or whatever other bullshit. Okay, here we go. Let's keep going.
To what you're saying, you've gone into some of the technical specifics quite well. So Sonny White, also previously funded by DARPA, really some very interesting work on the warp bubble. So that's kind of more on the fundamental research side of the house. And then we funded both Sonny and Charles over at the NSF.
Wow. The host, just says that they funded Harold Sonny White, who did his research on warp drives. We watched the interview with Harold Sonny White 10 years ago, 2014. His results show the same thing that was talked about earlier. On the interferometer, you can actually see, I guess, a phase shift is what it would be called, where you're seeing a gravitational ripple impacting the interferometer. That's what Sonny White showed.
So, and Sonny, I know, won a number of awards while he was over at NASA, the Snoopy Award, that's a really big deal, and others. So that's Sonny White, who's very active in the group. And Charles Chase has really had such an extraordinary career, and he's also they've both been very active in supporting disruptive innovation and bringing and supporting larger group of innovators and entrepreneurs. And Charles did some of that with I think it was an advanced propulsion course or seminar over at MIT. He was notably
potential
forwarding all this, and
was with a contract with Skunk Works that Charles oversaw as part of his moonshot program.
And I know
what? Sorry, what?
Hal knows him from some of those days.
Like some of the early funding for my vector scalar potential stuff was with a contract with Skunk Works.
Hal Puthoff's early contract work for his communication patent, his gravity communication patent, was with Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. Wow. Okay. Lockheed Martin literally is just in charge of all this shit. I mean, it's Lockheed Martin. Everything goes back to Lockheed. If I would honestly, I would wager every single penny I have on the face of this earth and all future dollars that I'll ever make that Lockheed Martin has a flying saucer in one of their basements somewhere. They 100% have a flying saucer, something that we would recognize as a flying saucer. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily aliens, but they have a flying saucer that could defy gravity. No question, no doubt. Lockheed Martin, you don't need it. Like the other people might have one too, but Lockheed Martin 1000% has one.
That Charles oversaw as part of his moonshot program.
Which is great. So just some additional context on these other leaders in the group who are also forwarding all this, and how what better person to have on a 0 point energy call than dear Dr. Hal Puthoff, who you kind of wrote a number of the seminal areas of that. So
yeah, I investigated it from the standpoint of, is there a way for us to get some technology out of it that actually runs something? So we published a number of papers looking at it from different standpoints.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my colleagues, Bernie Haish, took one of the ideas and even patented it. But he's having trouble getting funding to actually do the work. So he's one of the people who at least has an approach that we recommended that might actually lead to tapping the 0 point energy. But he's stuck at this point, not having the funding.
Okay. Whoa. He's talking about the Casimir cavity patent, guys. He's talking about the Casimir cavity patent that Bernard Haish and Garrett Model have. The one that I've been joking about stealing for the last 6 months straight on every single live stream. That's what Hal Puthoff's talking about right now. He's saying that they have a patent and they're stuck getting funding. When I tell you guys how easy it is to suppress these technologies, these guys are literally doing what I'm going to do in the future, and they can't get the funding to do it. They're trying to make a little microchip or something like that with that can produce energy just with the solid state. It doesn't have no moving parts at this tiniest level. That's what the Casimir cavity idea is. Like, you are on a trampoline and you jump on the trampoline and you get a little bit of energy and you go flying in the air. And then the trampoline resets itself. And then you jump on the trampoline again and you do it again. And you just repeat that process. And you extract that little bit of energy that bounces you back up again. That's the conceptual idea of the Casimir cavity. And I love it. I love it so much. I'm going to steal the shit out of it and I'm going to make $1 billion off of it. That's the plan. I mean, I feel like I should email Garrett Model and Bernard Haish and let them know, but I've got a lot of live streams they can watch. So they got fair warning. 2026, I'm stealing that patent.
So when did you, I mean, because you've been, I mean, I know I started reading some of your work in this area more recently, but I mean, I know people that I'm close with who were following your work in zero point energy. Probably these are people that were very young in the 90s, right? So they were, to say that they were following it, probably your work broadly, and I think the zero point energy work in the 90s, I suspect you were active well earlier than that. When did you first get active in the zero point energy field? In the 80s?
87. Ready?
So what would you share? I mean, and obviously these publications came
they
out at
edited that
different
out?
points in time.
They edited his response out right there. Holy shit. Did you guys just notice that? She asked him a question about when he got involved with zero point energy, and you could hear him start to respond, and they edited it out. All of a sudden, it goes to the next question. Listen to this. I'm going to replay this. We caught them editing out the answer. I know the answer is 19. It might be before 1987 is what I'm thinking. Maybe he wanted it to be 1987, and he said something earlier on that call. Listen to this, guys.
I suspect you were active well earlier than that. When did you first get active in the zero point energy field? In the 80s? So what would you share? I mean, and obviously these...
They hard edited it out and they messed up the edit. They didn't edit out the question. Holy shit. What did he say? What's his response? Why did he make them edit that out? Holy shit, they messed up. Holy shit. When did Hal Puthoff know that zero point energy was real? Oh my God. Oh my God. He knew way before 1987. Okay, full screen. Okay, guys, if you are not up to speed right now, here, let me help you out. The first paper Hal Puthoff wrote on zero point energy was 1987, hydrogen, ground state of the hydrogen atom. He assumed the hydrogen atom must be extracting energy from the zero point source. That's how it stays stable at rest. So that would be the first publicly available scientific paper where someone could tie him back to that idea. But Ken Shoulders said that he discovered the ether was real in 1980. 1980, 7 years before that. And he was partners with Hal Puthoff. So what if Hal Puthoff knew before 1987? How far before 1987 did Hal Puthoff know zero point energy was real? And what was the event that led him to realize that zero point energy was real? That's what they edited out. Whatever his answer was there's something tied to that. Maybe he saw a flying saucer or whatever, a UFO. Whatever date he gave that they just edited it out was probably the answer in terms of when he was first brought in on the UFO thing. Wow, that's wild. I can't believe we just caught that in a podcast. Holy shit. Wow. Baby. Investigative journalism, baby. The only way you would catch that is if you knew the history of Hal Puthoff, which I know because I've looked into everything about him now. Wow. That is crazy. Why edit the date? Exactly. Why edit the date? Why edit out the date? And he would have had to respond and been like, yo, I need you to edit that out. I forgot. I shouldn't have said that date. That is just so crazy. I hope we're not reading too much into this, but wow. Tag me in that on Twitter, guys. I need that clip.
Publications came out at different points in time. So if you were to kind of walk us through 0 point energy then versus now, what would you share?
Well, where I started with a very simple case, and that is the hydrogen atom. You've got the electrons zipping around the proton. And so any undergraduate kid in a science class would say, well, it's accelerating. Why doesn't it radiate its energy away? And the usual answer is, well, it's quantum mechanics. Don't worry about it. But since I was interested in the 0 point energy idea, I thought, okay, well, maybe in fact it does radiate its energy away, but it also has the opportunity to absorb energy from the vacuum fluctuations from the 0 point energy. So I just worked out the mathematics of it, and lo and behold, it turned out that there was a balance for one orbit, and that is the known ground state orbit in the hydrogen atom. So eventually I wrote another paper.
Do people have no idea how important what Hal Puthoff just said right there? Hal Puthoff just said that, as far as I can tell, he wrote the first major scientific paper that took quantum mechanics and said, I can explain it. It's 0 point energy. That's what's going on at this sea level. That, like, other people theorized it, but Hal Puthoff put pen to paper. So he deserves probably the most credit in 1987. And what was just edited out was presumably the year that he first realized that concept. My guess is that he was brought in on some black projects before that. He saw something. You don't come up with that idea all on your own. You see, like, just hypothetically, a flying saucer levitating. And you look at it and you go, holy shit, okay. This means, like, this is how quantum mechanics connects to general relativity. Pretty wild.
Where I showed that basically all quantum ground states are sustained by radiating energy away, but absorbing it a compensating amount from the underlying 0 point energy fluctuations. So it's really a fundamental kind of thing. I mean, somebody pulled the vacuum fluctuations, 0 point energy away, the whole universe would just collapse down to nothing. So I mean, it's really a very fundamental thing.
If you pulled all the 0 point energy away, the universe would collapse onto nothing. Does that sound like a black hole to you, chat? Because it sounds like a black hole to me. That is alarming. Do you guys just hear that? Basically, Hal Puthoff saying, I'm going to put it to you in an analogy that makes sense. How is your magnet sticking to the fridge? If you ever think about that, stick the magnet to the fridge. Where's the energy coming from that's allowing the magnet to be stuck to the fridge? The answer is it's radiating out the energy that it requires to stick to the refrigerator, and it's also absorbing the same amount of energy from the ether at the same time, all the time, 24/7. What I just said is probably so controversial that I'm going to say it again. How is the magnet sticking to the fridge? Why is it not falling to the floor? How come it doesn't fall to the floor after like 5 years? All the time, the amount of energy required to keep the magnet stuck to the walls radiating off the magnet at the same time the magnet's absorbing an equal amount of energy from the ether, from the 0 point fluctuations. Wow. Right? That's a pretty controversial opinion. Yeah, you could say a very small black hole as well. That would be another way to put it. You're creating a void that's causing a suction that's keeping that thing stuck there permanently. The fact that magnets last as long as they do probably should be thought about a little bit more.
So then, secondly, okay, well, what other effects are caused by it? Well, of course, the Casimir effect is a major one. And I've developed work showing that you could come up with a model for the electron based on its interaction with the 0-point energy. And so, I mean, one of the things that has been a puzzle is, well, the electron is said to be a point particle, but why doesn't its Coulomb field then cause it to have an enormous mass associated with that energy? Well, it turns out if you take into account the vacuum fluctuation energy, which is a negative potential in that situation, they balance out. So just solving little pieces as I went along. But the main thing, of course, was the energy. And so, I mean, one of the things that has been a puzzle is, well, the electron is said to be a point particle, but why doesn't its Coulomb field then cause it to have an enormous mass associated with that energy? Well, it turns out if you take into account the vacuum fluctuation energy, which is a negative potential in that situation, they balance out. So just solving little pieces as I went along.
Hal Puthoff's randomly like, hey, okay, you need more proof? He's like, why is the electron not much, much heavier? Why is its mass not much, much huger? He's saying because it's interacting with a 0-point field all the time. That's the reason. He's like, we're just solving basically everything that people don't understand from the quantum mechanical perspective. This is why I love Hal Puthoff, is that he took his quantum mechanics understanding of physics, and he was like, how can we solve all of these experimental things that we're seeing, and can we solve it under one unifying umbrella? And he said, yes. The answer is 0-point energy. 0-point energy. Anybody that's referencing 0-point energy should probably be referencing Hal Puthoff. Hal Puthoff, I can't think of anybody else that is a bigger authority on 0-point energy. Hal Puthoff is the #1 expert in the world on 0-point energy. As far as I can tell, nobody else is even close. Eric Davis is probably #2.
But the main thing, of course, was to try to figure out something to get the energy out. And of course, the Casimir effect shows that energy can be extracted from the 0-point energy fields.
Okay. I've gone on 100 podcasts, and I want to say on at least half of them, I've just said the same thing that Hal Puthoff said. Energy can be extracted from the 0-point energy field. Clip that. 3 hours, 31 minutes in, chat. You know how many PhD physicists have tried to adamantly argue with me that you can't extract energy from the 0-point fluctuation field? And I say, why? You just can't. You just can't do it. There's literally no argument for why it can't be done. None. Yes, it can be done. Robert Forward in 1984 showed that you can extract energy from the 0-point fluctuation field, and then it becomes an engineering problem on how to do it perpetually. Ashton is the GOAT. Hal's the G. Thank you guys very much. Thank you for all the donations in the chat. I'll run through them before we close out tonight.
It's only that in the case of the plates and the Casimir effect, that's great. You get you a puff of energy, but if you're pulling them apart to do it again, you've got to put in as much energy as you got out. So you got to find some other way. So we looked at some plasma potential aspects. And those are not.
Yahtzee! Yes! Yes! Is he watching my live streams, chat? Is he watching my live streams? Everybody finish your drink. Oh my God. Is he watching my live streams? How many times have I said, yes, you can extract energy from the Casimir effect, but if you want to reset it, you do have to use energy. Okay, that's an engineering problem. What's an engineering solution to the plates? No plates at all. Plasma. Plasma is the solution. Hal Puthoff just said, what about plasma? He knows 1000%. I'm so sure that he knows that I'm actually wondering if when he said that response, he was thinking about me. I wonder if he was thinking about me, guys. Hal, I was thinking about you too, bro. I was thinking about you too. Wow. I got to listen to it again because holy shit.
That's great. You get you a puff of energy, but if you're pulling it apart to do it again, you've got to put in as much energy as you got out. So you got to find some other way. So we looked at some plasma potential aspects. Those are now being pursued in a number of labs around that are, taking that to be their critical thing. So when we talk about the UAP.
What? Are you fucking kidding me? There are people pursuing this in labs and they're taking that to be the critical thing? The host has no fucking clue what Hal Puthoff just said. The host has no fucking clue what Hal Puthoff just said in this podcast. You guys understand why I say this is the most important podcast of the entire year? Even more important than Cat Williams. Hal Puthoff is going full Cat Williams here on the physics community. He literally just said that plasma is the secret and that major labs are looking into it as a critical avenue. Let's listen to it again.
Looked at something that in the case of the plates and the Casimir effect, that's great. You get you a puff of energy, but if you're pulling it apart to do it again, you've got to put in as much energy as you got out. So you got to find some other way. So we looked at some plasma potential aspects. Those are now being pursued in a number of labs around that are, taking that to be their critical thing. So when we talk about the UAP having all this energy seemingly not running out and running all day, well, that's one potential source of energy. It could well be likely the source. So it's a case of trying to figure out, well, what exactly are the mechanics and the structures?
Bro, what? That's likely the energy source for UAPs? Oh, it's such a happy day, chat. It is such a happy, happy day. Oh my fucking God. Hal Puthoff just said that the plasma manipulating the Casimir force is the source of energy for UAPs. Chat. How can this be fake? How can this be fake? We're looking at it right there. Bob Greenier, who's in the chat right now, first looked at this and he could tell right away, just from his research into cold fusion, that these orbs were somehow cold fusion. I had no clue. I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about a year ago. And now I'm looking at it, I'm going, holy shit. Hal Puthoff just explained that the reason why these orbs are free energy is they're basically manipulating a permanent Casimir effect where you can pull energy out of it. And the Air Force and the military, this is a critical avenue of research for them. Critical are the words, exact word he said, critical. I'm laughing because we're literally just basically exposing the equivalent of like nuclear weapons times 1,000,000 to the world. The intelligence community and military must be having a fucking stroke watching this live stream, just explaining to people, here's the secret sauce for your ultimate weapon. Here it is right here. We're listening to this podcast of these people literally just admitting it. And half the people listening to this have no fucking clue what they're talking about unless you've been following all of the research we've been digging into related to EVOs and plasmas, etc. Actually, just wild, man. I love this, by the way. Thank you for that donation. I love this. I love science and I love fucking physics. And I love that we were hiding some major branch of physics that just explains everything. It's just, I love it. I love it, chat.
It would let us pull out that energy. So that's an ongoing area that a number of different labs, Modell at University of Colorado is pursuing. What exactly are the mechanics and the structures that would let us pull out that energy? So that's an ongoing area that a number of different labs, Modell at University of Colorado is pursuing something. He thinks he's made a little bit of progress in showing little amounts of energy that seems to come out at the.
Wow, chat. Garrett Modell, dude. He just name dropped him. Professor Emeritus at University of Colorado. You guys are going to love Redacted podcast when it drops. FYI, guys, I recorded the Redacted podcast before I listened to this podcast. Before I listened to this. Spoiler alert. Clayton Morris asks me, what are the mechanisms that we can produce free energy? And one of the ones I give, Casimir cavities, Garrett Modell. That's one of the examples I give. Literally right there, he said that Garrett Modell is showing we're pulling small amounts of energy straight out of the ether at very, very tiny scales. I'm literally going to build a microchip that is a free energy microchip and make $1 trillion. Or probably more likely just get killed. But, whatever. Fuck it. We're going to do it. I'm tired of plugging my phone in. I just want a microchip that's just going to make this thing last forever. And Garrett Modell's patent's going to do that, and I'm going to steal it. I'm going to steal that shit, and I'm going to turn it into a microchip and make $1 trillion or some shit like that.
At a useful rate, very minuscule. So anyway, it's that field is moving ahead with this other people.
R to the fourth power, chat.
We even did a model for
chat. R to the fourth power. Just think about that. Something to the fourth power is a very, very big number. You're dividing by R to the fourth power. R is distance. That means as the things get closer and closer and closer together, the force increases exponentially. Not exponentially, but to the fourth power. Exponentially. It increases like boom. So all we need to do is build it smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So why do you guys think that Ashton is all into microchips? Because I've already realized the secret to free energy and all this stuff is smallest possible scales at the simplest possible understanding, like super semiconductor, insulator, semiconductor, and then scaling it up. That's it. There you go, China. Free energy for you, China. Fuck it. We'll do it live, chat. I'm just giving away the secrets to free energy and cold fusion and warp drives and wormholes because I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. We shouldn't have teleported those 239 people. Chat, you know what? I'm a little buzzed. We teleported 239 people. Teleported them against their will. Probably killed them with a fire before that. And we did it just to send a message to China. China, you're getting a little too close to our technology, China. And so we were like, okay, we're going to go ahead and teleport your fucking airplane full of your Chinese people that were working for our American company. They got a little too close to free energy. They got a little too close to gravity manipulation. And we had to send a message to China. So we started a fire on the plane, full lithium batteries, killed a bunch of people, and then we teleported the plane away. The problem was some dude freaked the fuck out. Some guy was watching it from his spy plane and went, what the fuck is going on my computer screen right now? What the fuck is happening? And the dude next to him was like, bro, I have no idea what's going on right now. What the hell? And my man had like a full-on panic attack. He was like, okay, it looks like the aliens just zapped that plane away. And he went, nobody's going to ever believe this. Never in the history of the world is anyone going to believe this. Oh, and he thought, Edward C. Lin thought, oh shit, I have access to that recording. I can access that recording and I'm in a high enough rank that I have access to it. And he took that and he showed somebody. He showed them. And they went, bro, nobody's going to believe you. No one's going to believe you. And they leaked it on the internet. They thought, just put it on the internet. That's the only way. People will connect the plane to the teleportation because they're going to see coordinates in the video. And we didn't believe it. We didn't believe it at all. That's what happened to MH370, chat. And there are some sick people out there that are hiding this technology and keeping it hidden because they're thinking that, oh, this protects America. This protects us. And then I'm like, we could have free energy for our whole world, but you're gatekeeping it from us. Gatekeeping it from us because we're either prisoners or we're cattle or some super dark shit that I don't really want to think about right now. That's what I think about, guys, like every day. Where did it get teleported to? Everybody asked me that. Probably the Maldives. Probably got teleported to the Maldives to the west. And then it flew south to Diego Garcia. They landed at Diego Garcia, offloaded whatever people were still alive and whatever bodies that were left. And then they disassembled the plane. And either some parts of the plane fell off the plane when they were trying to land it at Diego Garcia, or they threw a few parts of the plane in the water, or they just got into the water somehow. And then they floated to Africa from Diego Garcia, which is basically a perfect match for the drift analysis. There you go. Whoever was left on that airplane, they either are living their lives out in Diego Garcia or they are dead. They were killed. One way, I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you guys. And it's also very, very likely that like 75% or more of the people were already dead before we got to the teleportation event. 75% or more just from the smoke inhalation. People do not understand how dangerous lithium-ion battery smoke is. They do not understand it. Okay, I don't want to, it's not an MH370 stream, but there you go.
Maybe that's where gravity and inertia comes from. So the experience that was brought up earlier about, well, you're in your car and it suddenly takes off and you push back in your seat. What's pushing you back? Well, it turns out that we figured out that, okay, you're accelerating through the vacuum fluctuations and they're putting a force on you. So there's a relationship between inertia and vacuum fluctuations. So we tried to work out a model to have gravity and inertia 100% coming out of vacuum fluctuations. We got some good publications out of it, but there are some sticking points that we didn't resolve. So it's not a completed piece of work.
Hal Puthoff just told you guys that inertia is because of the 0-point energy. That's what he just told you right there. That gravity, mass, and inertia all come from the 0-point energy. And he said, oh, well, we didn't have it perfect. There were some problems with it. So therefore, it didn't get widely mainstream. Okay, that's fine. There are allowed to be problems with theories. We have dark matter and dark energy, which are like major gaps in general relativity. Those aren't small gaps. Those are major gaps. So maybe we should be considering this 0-point energy thing.
But anyway, that's the kind of thing that once you get onto an idea like that, and you start looking at all the potential places it could be applied, a lot of things pop up and come to mind. So that's the kind of experience I had pursuing the vacuum fluctuations. We gave up in our lab trying to come up with ways of, we couldn't think of a good system for doing that. But other people are carrying that work on. So
Hal. God, I love Hal, but I think I heard him lie like 3 times tonight on this podcast. We just gave up on that. Eric Davis has like a whole paper where he talks about squeeze light lasers being used to push out the 0-point energy. Do I think that Hal Puthoff gave up on 0-point energy? No, I don't think that. No, I don't think that at all. Maybe he's lying. The way he's getting around is I think he's like, oh, we gave up on trying to prove that 0-point energy explains inertia because we had a lot of people disagreeing. That's what I think he's saying in his mind. the way it's coming off in the podcast is coming off much more vague.
We may get there.
It's really exciting to hear about. And
Yeah, we're
it's
gonna let it slide.
obviously,
He's a
I
legend.
mean, you've worked with tremendous people throughout the years and currently. And then one of the things that really made us want to bring together this group of people, which is a broader group of people than those assembled on a call in the EED group and certainly in other groups that people are active in, was just kind of this experience that there were these amazing people that were trying these really divergent approaches. And there's information sharing, there's things that come out of peer review or non-reviewed type publication, but just really the value of bringing a mix of really extraordinary people with exceptional expertise who are trying different things in a different way. And so one of the reasons that we kind of kept trying to build bringing new people, new expertise into this group was I was kind of thinking, I always just viewed it as, wow, it's like being an amazing artist somewhere versus you're part of the Impressionist movement. Or like I said, digital assets. There was like the Satoshi Nakamoto, the 50 people that initially the ordinary conversation. Is there anything that anybody wants to, I mean, so first of all, just want to take time space for that. Certainly dynamics. What
is that I did a lot of work in.
Whatever you think is missing, I just want to offer anybody the opportunity to close out, and then we'll have Diane fully close us out.
One thing I might offer, and it's a little weird, I mean, the two major areas that I did a lot of work in, one being the remote viewing that we did for CIA and DIA, and one being the UAP. These are both areas that had lots of stigma. And your ordinary scientist would turn up his nose if you brought up ESP or UFOs. But as it turns out, in the secure community, where they recognize that these were areas of major potential concern from a security standpoint, as it turns out, it's the deep black programs that actually drove the initial research in both of these areas. So that's something to think about. So if you want to read, if you find an area that has stigma, you'll probably find an area that behind it, there's a black program reason for it to be thought of more seriously.
Wow. Thank you for this donation. First of all, Claire, this is very generous of you. I appreciate it. And also, holy crap. Hal Puthoff's like, yeah, like it's all, he literally just admits right there that it's black project programs that are doing this research. Lockheed Martin, oh, wow, I missed a big donation. Lockheed Martin doesn't care about what people think about the research. Lockheed Martin's like, oh, you figured out how to teleport something? Sweet. They're like, well, sorry, guys. Like, hey, boss, my bad. Like, we figured out teleportation, but the academic community thinks it's fake, so there's no value in it. Is that what you guys think? Is that how you guys think Lockheed Martin works? No. Lockheed Martin doesn't give a shit. Lockheed Martin's like, okay, you developed a plasma orb that can teleport it. Make me like 1 million more of those and do it for like pennies on the dollar for me. That's how it probably really works out. Divas. Wow. Wow, Divas. Thank you very much. I'm going to run through some of these donations when we get to the end here. We're pretty much approaching it. You guys have been amazing. I appreciate it. This is the longest live stream we've ever done, actually. But it's worth it. I mean, this conversation is just incredible. Hal Puthoff, this is probably as close to disclosure from Hal Puthoff as we're going to get. Probably as close as we're going to get. B-Brax, thank you very much. I feel like Hal Puthoff's pushing the limit as far as he can push it without getting in trouble.
So I would say we should not let stigma be an issue in pursuing advanced ideas, because you can be sure that if there's stigma associated with it, some of that stigma might be being generated on purpose.
That's very helpful. Yeah, and I think what we're seeing, I wonder sometimes if the stigma is just, do I have the ability to do my job and do the work, right? Because what we're seeing now is that this is the highest level of interest that we've seen with scientists and entrepreneurs. There's no topic I've covered every topic in the critical technologies list and fields that when they're
I wanted to react to something that Hal had said earlier, particularly with regard to the ground quantum state of, let's say, a hydrogen atom and the implications that may have for zero-point energy. The argument, I think, can be made that the proton and the electron in a single hydrogen atom have to spend a lot of time very close together, specifically about half an angstrom close together. And the argument can also be made as a result of that close proximity, the two can be said to have developed some degree of phase coherence in what we would call their quantum wave functions. Now, as it turns out, a number of the methods for achieving what we used to call cold fusion rely upon similar kinds of ways to get particles, to get atoms to be quite close together, even if only for brief periods of time. For example, the model that my colleagues and I have been developing for what we call parametric pumping of systems to get nuclei close together.
What? Parametric pumping? That sounds eerily similar to parametric oscillations. If you're not familiar with why this is significant, this is why.
Putting our variable inductor into the circuit, the capacitor only needs a minuscule amount of latent charge, as even any dead capacitor will have some latent charge.
This video should have 10 million views.
The process of exponential growth begins. And after a short amount of time, the current begins to take off. And since the current must be constant through all the elements, we see that the voltage across the resistor takes off as well. This means that real power is being generated in the system and is able to do real work, creating heat through the resistor.
So, what is, who is this? Is this Richard?
Of the methods for achieving what we used to call cold fusion rely upon similar kinds of ways to get particles, to get atoms to be quite close together, even if only for brief periods of time. For example, the model that my colleagues and I have been developing for what we call parametric pumping of systems to get nuclei close together for a brief period and to build up large amplitudes of molecular vibrations in order to achieve this close separation between nuclei may be capable of being exported to cover a wider volume of atoms, so that perhaps if quantum coherence can be achieved among the nuclear wave functions for a collection of atoms that could involve trillions of them, perhaps that might make it easier to extract energy from the 0 point. So I think Hal's suggestion has a lot of merit, and I see that leading to some significant energy technologies.
Wow. Wow. So he's saying if you can manipulate the quantum effects, say like in a plasma, and turn it into a Bose-Einstein condensate where it has superfluidity and superconductivity, you might be able to achieve a state where you can have a permanent energy source, where you can have fusion happening, not because we're heating it up, but because we're manipulating the quantum properties of this Bose-Einstein condensate. Wow. If you guys don't realize, people don't understand what a Bose-Einstein condensate is. A Bose-Einstein condensate is effectively taking these quantum properties where something is either here or over here and manipulating it to a scale that we can observe, a macroscopic scale. Even if it's a tiny scale, we can still observe these phenomena. Superfluidity, where a liquid of molecules acts as one, or superconductivity, where our molecules or our electrons do not hit any atoms. They don't heat up. Our wires stay perfectly cool. These are these types of phenomenons. Bose-Einstein condensate is not very well known in terms of what it means in the public. And this is intentional because it's a quantum effect that can potentially take advantage of the 0-point energy that's around us and might be able to produce permanent energy. Plasma coherence, whoever just said that, Snuffy, shout out to you. This is a good way to describe it. You have a plasma and you've created a coherence where it acts as one. What does acting as one remind you of? Kind of like a bubble? Where it's acting as one, where we're seeing like organization when there should be chaos. Like we're seeing a toroidal, let's say, vortex. If we saw that, you'd say, why does it look that way? Why does it look so organized? Because it's a plasmoid coherence, Bose-Einstein condensate. Okay, let's listen to the last few seconds of this, and then I think we're done for tonight.
So much, Flo. That's amazing. Really appreciate you getting into the technical depth there. Do others want to add?
The fact that this film is coming out.
Third anchor, Larry.
Okay, he shouts out the program or whatever. I don't know. I'm not watching the James Fox thing. You guys can give me any clips of the James Fox video if it's any good. I did hear that Hal Puthoff apparently makes some more claims, but this podcast was better than any UFO documentary that I've ever seen. Okay, guys, 4-hour live stream. This was awesome. This was fire. Share any clips in the Discord with me, guys. I'll post a link to it one more time that I can share. I hope you guys learned a little bit about physics today. This really touched on every single topic that we've been talking about with respect to MH370X. Special shout out to the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, also known as Bob Greenyear. Really great guy. I've shouted him out on many podcasts because he's one of the world's leading experts on cold fusion right now, and a very strong proponent of exotic vacuum objects and Ken Shoulder's understanding of plasmoids being the real underlying factor on how cold fusion is actually possible. And of course, I love that because I'm sitting here telling you guys plasma is the secret. Plasma is the secret. Thank you also as well to Crypto Alchemist, JK Philly fan. Both of you guys have been amazing. Follow these guys. If you're not, please follow Crypto Alchemist. Follow his channel. He's been literally working on alchemy and understanding these concepts for way longer than I have. And lastly, thank you to MH370X. Hope you guys have a great night. Let's talk again tomorrow. Peace out, everybody.
In the fields where the skies are wide, talking about a journey through the cosmic ride. Einstein and Thorne, they set the stage for a trip through time across the space age. Wormholes connect distant points in space, traversable paths to a far-off place. No black holes pull, no crushing weight, just a cosmic tunnel to a distant gate. Talking wormholes, stargates, negative energy, travel through the cosmos, it's our destiny. MH370, where did it go? Bowling 777 through a wormhole flow. We're talking wormholes, stargates, negative energy, travel through the cosmos, it's our destiny. MH370, where did it go? Bowling 777 through a wormhole flow. Exotic matter, negative energy's the key to stabilize the wormhole for you and me. Quantum vacuum squeeze so tight, creating conditions for this wondrous flight. Static fields and lasers in the lab they play, generating forces in a new kind of way. Gravitational squeezing, Casimir's force, negative zones we need. to stay the course.
Talking wormholes, stargates, negative energy. Travel through the cosmos, it's our destiny. MH370, where did it go? Boeing 777 through a wormhole flow.
Thin shell formalism plate so fine. Spherical geometry we realign. Energy conditions that we must defy. For a stable wormhole, let's give it a try. Forces balancing the plate, creating the throat, open the gates, from Earth to the stars in a single bound, a shortcut through space profound. Engineers and dreamers hold the key to future worlds and what we could be. With science in hand, we forge ahead through the cosmic paths that we now tread.
We're talking wormholes, stargates, negative energy. Travel through the cosmos, it's our destiny. MH370, where did it go? Boeing 777 through a wormhole flow.
From the fields to the stars, we break the chains. Understanding the universe, we make the gains. Lil Hula Crunk shines, bringing truth to light. Through his music, we'll explore the night. With wormholes and stargates, our path is clear. Exploring the cosmos.